2 or 3 minutes, so if you'd like to start moving towards the seats, we'll start in a few minutes' time. Thank you. Okay, good morning everybody. We're just about to make a start, so if I could ask everybody to take a seat and we'll go from there. Okay, good morning. Good morning. It's really good to see so many people here, and welcome to the annual Catalyst Conference and Achievement Awards. We've got 223 registrations for this event, and we haven't got a count of number of people in the room, but it feels like a good number. So fantastic to see everybody here. We've got a really good day ahead of us, and I look forward to doing that. I was having a conversation with people in the office yesterday, and I was saying, has anybody got a good quip, a good one-liner, just to kind of start things off and get everybody into a really good mood before we move on to the health and safety announcements? There's no fire alarm planned. There's no fire drill. If the alarm does go off, it's a real one, and we've got directions here for the evacuation routes. So there are 4 exits from this room either side, and 2 at the back of the hall, and from there you will see signs, green signs to show you the way out. The fire assembly point is over the road from the main entrance, just beside the river. So if there is a fire drill, that's what we do. If you need to use the loo, sorry, I'll turn this back. Sorry, can we go back to the first slide, please? If you need to use the loo, it's in the corridor to your right. Go through the door there, turn right again, and you'll find them there. There's also loos upstairs if we need some more ones. And can I ask everybody to turn the phones to silent, please? We've got a photographer with us today, and we're also live streaming the event. If there's anybody who's not comfortable with being on the live stream or being in photos, if I can ask you to make yourself known to a Catalyst member of staff, and we'll make sure that you're not. In order for that to happen, can I ask members of the Catalyst team to maybe just come up to the front a little bit and put your hands up so we know who you are, please? There we go, all over there, and you'll see that one of the things that they've all got is a little blue lanyard with the name tag on the front of it. So if you need to know who they are, then that's what you do. We've also put around a flyer, this document here. Obviously it's got a list of the things on the agenda for today. It's also got on the back of it some forthcoming activities, and in particular there are 2 QR codes on here. The first one at the bottom of the agenda is for the conference brochure. At 4 o'clock this afternoon that will go live. That will show you, a bit of a run through the conference, particularly who the award winners are and the finalists, and photos and a bit of information about them. And on the other side, this one here, there's a link where you can click to receive our weekly e-bulletin. There's also a membership form. You'll probably have been given this document when you arrived. If your organisation isn't a member of Catalyst, we would love you to be a member. It's free. It gives you a real say in Catalyst activities. It gives you the opportunity to be on our Council of Interest and perhaps to be on the board, but we're keen to have you on board. If you're not sure whether your organisation is a member or not, please fill it in. We'll check, and if you're already on there, that's fine. But if you're not, then we'd love to have you with us. We've also got a hashtag today. You'll see on the slide, hashtag Catalyst Awards 22. I've seen 1 or 2 tweets with that on this morning already, and if you want to tweet, please do, and tell us about that. We've also got a session at lunchtime between 1 o'clock and 1:45, where the National Lottery will have 2 people here who will be able to do short appointments, 10-minute appointments with anybody who's attending. So that you can have a bit of a conversation about your next lottery bid, and perhaps just suss them out and what you're thinking of doing, get any feedback. We've got a lot of appointments already made, but there are still 1 or 2 left. So if people do want to make an appointment, it's not too late. And if you contact my colleague Rebecca, Rebecca's over there. Do you want to stand up, Rebecca? And she'll make an appointment for you. We haven't given everybody name badges. That's because it just feels greener, more environmentally friendly not to do that. But obviously, it is a day when we're hoping that people will network. I'm sure you will. There's a real opportunity to do that. So, if you're not sure who somebody is, shake their hand and say hello. It's an opportunity to do that. So I think those are the main kind of announcements. I'm now going to introduce Guru Naidu. Guru is the chair of Catalyst, and he's just going to say a few words of introduction. So, Guru, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning. It's nice to see so many faces. I can't remember all the names, but I do remember faces. So thanks for attending. It's great to see so many people here today and to attend the Catalyst Conference and Achievement Awards for 2022. I'm sure you've all looked at the agenda. We have a great agenda and an interesting one. I'm sure that Wayne Hemingway's contribution will be of interest to all of us, and it's important that we live sustainably, not using any more of the Earth's natural resources than we require. I'm also looking forward to hearing from Mike Green, the Managing Director from Stockton Borough Council, and Garry Cummings about how Stockton will develop over the next few years. As you know, our council is visionary and is ahead of its time in a number of ways. The support they show for the voluntary sector is strong, and they are always open to dialogue about how we work together. The council has great plans for Stockton Town Centre, and like all of you, I'm sure we're looking forward to the developments for the High Street becoming a reality shortly. Later this morning we have 3 workshops, one on volunteering, one on disclosure and barring, and one from the National Lottery about how to produce a good bid. I'm sure, like myself, we all will want to know the secret of a successful bid, and I'm sure you've all been through that process. This afternoon we have a Catalyst Achievements Award, and we've had thousands of people that have made huge contributions to their communities over the past year. These awards will recognise a number of people who, with the help of their teams, have made a significant contribution to their communities. May I take this opportunity to say thank you to a few people. Firstly, those who have sponsored the event. Without your support, we wouldn't be meeting today. So a big thank you to Darlington Building Society, Teesside University, Party Deco, North Star Housing Group, Stockton Riverside College, Aramis Insurance, Voluntary, Billingham Town Council, and Johnson Mather. Thanks must also go to Stockton Council, who have been extremely supportive to Catalyst and the wider sector for many years. Thank you for taking care of the video and photography arrangements for today. Thank you to the speakers today. Your time and inputs is very much appreciated. Finally, a massive thank you to the Catalyst staff, to John and his team, who have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. And I just hope that you all have a good day and enjoy the conference and the Achievements Award. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gu. We've obviously got a really good agenda this morning, and Gu has taken us through the various things that are on there. Just to say, with the awards, last year we had 6 awards, and it worked so well. We loved it so much. We've gone further. We've got 9 awards this year, so that's the substance of this afternoon's event. I'd also like to say thank you to Catalyst Board and to the Council of Interest. Board have been completely supportive of myself and the Catalyst team for the last 3 years whilst I've been in post. And we've done a lot of work in that time. They've given a lot of flexibility, and I really appreciate the opportunity to work in that way. Before moving on, there's a couple of things I think it's just worth highlighting and observing, if that's okay. The first is about the voluntary sector in Stockton, which I think is brilliant. I think it's really characterised by collaboration. I think people are really friendly. I think there's real positivity and there's real determination to do good things. And I say that knowing that not every local authority area in the country has that kind of characteristics in its voluntary sector. I think there are cases, there's a bit of a cliche, isn't there, about voluntary sector partnerships being characterised by mutual loathing suppressed in pursuit of a funding bid. You don't get that in Stockton. What you get in Stockton is people really wanting to work together. I think Stockton Council's got a lot to do with that. I think they provide the tone, they really understand the role of the voluntary sector and the role of the council and how the two work together. We have dialogue all the time, and where there's things we're not sure about, then we can have that conversation. So I think that's brilliant. Second thing I just wanted to mention, was the budget yesterday. Was it a budget? Was it an open statement? Was it a fiscal event? I'm not sure. I'm sure it was one of those things. Maybe it was all three. I'm not going to criticise the government. I think that's for others to do. And there are difficult choices that need to be made, and certainly this is a time where things haven't been easy. In fact, clearly times are going to be really hard. And I think that's thrown into sharp relief in a borough like Stockton, which actually has the biggest gap between advantage and disadvantage of any local authority area in the country, and it's huge, and you can see it when you go around the borough. But some of the issues that we've seen over the last few months, what tends to be referred to as the cost of living crisis, are really acute. You know, we've seen the CAB tell us that they're having record numbers coming to them for advice about energy supply, big queries of benefits advice, and more and more people coming for that. We've seen demand for surplus food increasing significantly, and at the same time the supply of surplus food from supermarkets has reduced. You know, if you go to a supermarket now and you buy wonky veg, well, fine, you know, why wouldn't you? It's good value. But actually a few months ago that was being thrown away or made surplus. Sell-by dates have changed. So, you know, that is a difficult issue. And then look at the voluntary sector response to that. There were 45 members of the Food Power Network. That's 45 organisations who, in one way or another, are doing great things to provide food to vulnerable households, to acquire it, maybe to grow it. There were 51 expressions of interest in setting up a warm space, and when the council advertised for that recently. So, you know, those are just two examples of the really good intentions and great stuff happening in communities. And this is a time, with what I said about the cost of living crisis, I think this is a time for real collaboration, real co-production. And I'm sure everybody in the room believes that. I'm sure everybody thinks that. So, you know, let's do it. So we're going to have a really good day today. Really enjoy the presentations, the workshops, the awards this afternoon. Most of all, please use today as an opportunity to network with colleagues. And now I'm going to move on to the first session. And that's really delighted that Wayne Hemingway MBE is able to be with us today. Wayne is the face behind the Festival of Thrift, and I know I and many others will have enjoyed attending it at Kirkleatham in Redcar over the last few years, and before then in Darlington. Next year it's moving to John Whitehead Park in Billingham, so it really is on home territory next year, and many of us will be looking forward to going there. Wayne's also, of course, an internationally renowned fashion designer, having established the Red or Dead brand in the 1990s, and almost immediately started to win awards for that. And Wayne and his wife Geraldine now run Hemingway Design, a design studio that focuses on people, place, and really importantly, social impact. So Wayne's going to be joined up here with my colleague Claire Gamble, Catalyst's Community Projects Manager, and I'm going to take a back seat and look forward to what they've got to say. So Wayne and Claire.
Is this working, this one? Yeah, thanks for inviting us. I'm going to just go through a few slides first of all, and then probably have a chat and open it up. We've got an hour, so I'll probably talk for about 20-25 minutes. First of all, calling this thrift as an aspirational way of life. Not spending a lot of money can be aspirational, and that's a difficult thing to say sometimes when people haven't got money and have only got tiny bits of money. But I actually can put my hand on my heart. It's on your left-hand side, isn't it? Which is, yeah. And say that I've come from a very poor background, along with my wife. A bit more about that later. But the way that we were brought up and the way that we still live today, is about values, and you can turn values into, you can't turn, unlike somebody who, unlike Jesus, and you can't turn water into wine, but you can turn very little into something, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. Now, how many people here have been to the Festival of Thrift? Just so a lot of people. And I'll talk about that later. And in case I forget, thrift was always designed. It's 12 years ago since we came up. There was 3 of us came up with the idea of the Festival of Thrift. And I'm not going to tell the story of that today, but if you ever want to hear it, I think it's probably online anyway. But it was, we always said that we would move around, spend 3 years, around about 3 years somewhere and then move on. And I'd never been to Billingham before, and I'd been through Stockton, but never been to Stockton, never really understood Stockton before. And just to say that we are so pleased to be here, we can't wait. The idea of, it's not just in the park, we're going to hold most of the festival in Billingham Town Centre, and those of you that know Billingham Town Centre know that it's, you know, not in the best state. It's got more empty shops than I've seen we're Hemingway Designer, urban designers, that's what we do. We do town centre regeneration, we work on place brands, we work on events all around the country, but ultimately we work on regeneration, that's what we do. I can't think of, at the moment, I can't think of any places with more voids, more empty shops than Billingham. So the idea of taking a festival of the scale of Festival of Thrift, you know, which gets 60,000 people, which is, you know, that's a big festival. That's one scale down from Glastonbury. To get that and we don't just pop up for 2 days. Thrift, the whole idea of Festival of Thrift is to be in a place, become embedded in a place, and we have this thing called Thrift 365 where we're in a place. And so, whilst I'm not going to talk a lot about Festival of Thrift today, if anybody wants to find out more about it, there's loads online on the Festival of Thrift website, and you can contact us at any time. And ideally, we want everybody in this room and everybody you know involved in it, because it's a free festival. It completely hits, it has to hit everything that you stand for. And if it doesn't, that's your fault because you're not coming forward and being part of it. It simply is that. I've no qualms. I won't take any criticism if we don't hit what you do, because the door is open for everybody, every one of you to get involved. We became very happily a week last Friday, or 2 weeks, was it 2 weeks ago today, we became an NPO, a National Portfolio Organisation for the Arts Council, which guarantees significant funding for thrift, as well as we have to get funding from all over the place, because it's a free festival, but till 2026, and it was an example of levelling up, because you probably saw it on the news that the English National Opera in London got no funding, and yet we here in Festival of Thrift in Billingham got significant funding, and obviously some of that came from English National Opera. It's the way that it is. So there's some good news locally about that. Right. A bit about how myself and Geraldine were brought up, because I think that's important, and a bit about what towns can do. So brought up in Blackburn, and Geraldine was brought up in Burnley. Those towns gave us so much. I'll show you where I was brought up and where Geraldine was brought up, at the housing that we're brought up in later. But if we just talk about the town, the environment of where you're brought up is vital, and it's not just the physical environment, it's the social environment. And that picture on the right-hand side of David Bowie at the Aladdin Sane Tour in 1972 when I was 12, 73 when I was 12, was probably the making of me, of giving me the confidence to basically do Red or Dead, which Red or Dead, and a bit more about that in a bit as well, became a very, very big company. And we did that with no training, no college, no borrowings, no bank of mum and dad, no silver spoons in mouth. It was the council that did it by owning a venue called King George's Hall in Blackburn, which they still own, and by promoting and funding the best culture that a young person could ever get. And what better culture could a 12-year-old have than to be able to go and see David Bowie? There can't be anything better than that. You know, culture is a very wide thing. Yes, it's the theatre. Yes, it's opera. Yes, all of those things. But to some people, culture are nightclubs and bands. And they were the only things that ever mattered to me and Geraldine. Geraldine left school at 15 so that she could go dancing more. So she had the money to go to clubs. Now, don't get me started on the fact that both of us started nightclubbing at 13. And that was, and I believe passionately, and helped my kids. I've got 4 grown-up kids and 5th grandchild on the way, and helped my kids start clubbing at 14. The best thing that you can do as when you're young and you're 14, music means so fucking much to you. Sorry, swearing in church. I'm not going to do that again. It means so much to you. What else could mean more than music, dancing, and bands? If you're lucky and you're doing sport as well, and if you can, I was lucky enough to do both of those. But that matters more than maths, English, science. And why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? You've only got a certain part of your life where fun is unencumbered by responsibility. And those years are probably 14 to 18. And yet now, we don't allow people to go to clubs and often to go to bands until they're 18. Geraldine and I've never taken a drug in my life. I'm teetotal. But I dance for England. And I listen to music for the world. And so it doesn't have to be that whole thing about you get in trouble if you go to nightclubs. We never got in trouble. None of the people that I grew up with and I'm still friendly with now, we were all nightclubbers and we've all got businesses and we're all successful and we're all from the same council estates. But we danced. And it was the ones that went out, and it's the ones that did culture that have succeeded. It's no exaggeration. I link culture with success. There's no question about it. So it's really difficult for some young kids to access culture nowadays. So the council, and Stockton on the face of it, I don't know that is doing pretty well with it. Obviously, you can't get David Bowie because he's dead. But you're doing pretty well in terms of funding festivals and just keep on doing it. Geraldine and I met in a disco. Blackburn and Burnley were full of discos. We met, and we've been going to those discos since we were 14. Again, a town that was full of all of that. Anyway, what that gave us is the confidence to. Because if you're going out and if you're experiencing culture, it gives you a certain confidence because you're not inside watching Strictly or Gogglebox, or you're not internalizing, you're not boring, and that kind of conviviality of being often now, and I absolutely. Love what Stockton really came on the map for me when it did that bold thing of saying we're going to knock down the shopping centre. What were those temples to consumerism? Forget it. And they're going to put an amazing. They're going to build a park full of play, full of, and that takes you down to the river. And when I saw that, and when loads of us saw that in London, we thought, how progressive. Just make sure you hold them to it. I've read things and heard things about, it's going to be full of kids doing antisocial behaviour. Rubbish. If you design something properly, it'll be a place where people can have fun and where they can play and where they can show off and where they can dance and where they can run with the dog and do all of that kind of stuff. But it won't be if it's a piece of half-hearted. And if naysayers get in the way and start to stop it, you can't put a shelter there because young people will sit in it. Of course they will. That's what shelters are for. But alongside that, you've got to do other things, and so hold this town to that amazing ambition that it's got right now, because the towns that we grew up in had that, and that was the making of us. So that confidence that Blackburn and Burnley gave us manifested itself in the confidence to go to London in 1979 when we were 18, and with no just to go because I wanted to form a band, and I felt I could do a band that was going to become more famous in London, and to have the confidence to go and do that, and I'll show you my background in a bit. And the confidence for Geraldine to leave her 4 sisters and her mum and dad in a 2 up, 2 down in Padiham, the workers' cottage that they lived in. And the confidence then to, Camden Market was just starting, and the confidence to say, we've got loads of good clothes, loads of second-hand, and the confidence to always wear second-hand clothes. From the age of 13, to be able to never think about having to have the latest, because we could do that ourselves, because going out gave us that. It gave us that confidence of Geraldine. Nobody else in her family had ever made clothes, but because she was going out, she wanted to look the best. And things like that matter. That's why sadly, lots of young people want to shop in bloody Primark every week. Bloody's not too bad a word. Want to shop in Primark every week. And all the bad things that go with that, or Zara or whatever, and all the bad things that go with that. By culture being there when you're young, you realize that you don't have to have those quick fixes that cost money and demand from your parents and also harm the world. Primark hardly does a lot of good for this world, does it? Really, when you look at and the like, when you look at it, and it's completely the opposite of what Festival of Thrift stands for. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then look it up. If you don't understand why I'm saying Zara, Primark, Henny's, all of those, we would never have aspired to anything like that. We didn't need to. And when we went to London, we had the confidence. Camden Market was starting. It was £6 for 2 days. You could trade in Camden Market. £6 for 2 days. And on that first weekend, we took 300 quid. From then on, we realised that we could make money out of second-hand clothes. I went round every charity shop I could find, every jumble sale, every auction. About 10 weeks later, we had 16 stores on Camden. And we were taking... Within a year, we were taking £10,000 a weekend, selling second-hand clothes, and that was the start of our career. And right place, right time. We were the first. That was the time of Punk had finished, Joy Division, Echo and the Bunnymen, all of that look of that second-hand clothes look was starting to become massive, and we were there. We were at it. We were the ones at the forefront of it. Just then. And then the great story is then Geraldine, still a kid really, took a stall in Kensington Market. It was £10 a week for 6 days trading in there. You locked it up. Next to her, one away from her, was a guy called George O'Dowd. Now he's called Boy George. Robert Elms. This whole generation of young people, all from working class backgrounds, who were all able to just have £10 in their pocket and have a go. And that is what London gave to us. It's also what Manchester gave, because at the same time, has anybody heard of Affleck's Palace? We opened in Affleck's Palace, we opened in Quiggins in Liverpool, all of these places that allowed us to have, where you didn't need anything other than a tenner in your pocket and a bit of gumption, and you could see and access to a sewing machine or access to a charity shop, which most of us can have access to that. Anyway, but it's also about nurture. And when I look back at, because when I was putting this talk together, I thought, what else has made me? And it was family. But what was it in the family? And the top right-hand picture of my pop, I was lucky enough to have a granddad. So I was a single-parent family. Didn't see my father from the age of 3. Still know where he is, but I haven't seen him since then. And my pop, when I went round to his house, all he ever did was show me things that at the time I did find interesting, but now I know, again, with the making of me. That's him. He grew peaches in a lean-to behind his little bungalow, and that, that just stuck with me, and to this day we grow things all the time. We just grow things. The bottom left-hand side, that fort, he made that, or I say we sometimes, but really it was him with me doing a little bit. every little bit of it, including the wallpaper that was stuck on it, the little lead soldiers. We sat together and we made it. That was always the prime toy for my kids, and is the prime toy for my grandkids. My kids never had a PlayStation, never asked for one. My grandkids, I don't think, have ever had a new toy, and will never ask for one. And I know that not everybody can do this, but those skills can be taught as well. I know that a lot of these skills have been lost, but it doesn't mean, it's not all about having money. There was never any money in my household, but there was doing stuff. The bottom right was is one that makes me laugh, because I knew that when the hotel here is really nice, actually, this Hampton, whatever it's called. But I knew, because I've been in them before, that sadly you can't get little bars of soap, and you can't get those what are they called, things that you hair plastic things that you put on, shower cap. That's the word, yeah. Because my nan used to get shower caps. She was a cleaner, and she used to bring the shower caps back from a hotel and use them to put. She wouldn't buy cling film, so she'd use shower caps. And to this day, she put that bottom right-hand side is shower caps over bowls, because you can wash them and you can use them, and they last a year. And to this day, I try and stay at bloody hotels where I can get a shower cap, so we don't ever have to buy cling film. And the one with the wooden spatula in it is, she used to melt down when the soaps got really small, and because when they get really small, the soap, they get stuck. You can't use them up your bum because they get stuck up there, don't they? So she used to put them. We all had to put it in a jar, and then she'd tip them out, and she'd melt them all and make big bars of soap. And to this day, I get soap from hotels, and we make big bars of soap by melting them down. And I can honestly say we've never bought any soap in a Hemingway household in living memory, because I get to travel so much. And then the other thing as well is about being encouraged. So I was working and going to school, and like Geraldine left, she did the same. We both worked from the age of 14. I was naughty. I told my age. I lied about my age to work behind a bar. That's me at 15, working behind a bar, the top left-hand one. But I think that the whole thing at the moment about schools and discouraging kids from working. I'm not suggesting that kids should go back up chimneys, but the idea, again, I think a lot of what made me and Geraldine was that we both managed to work. I did well at school, and she left school, but it was that kind of ethic starting young that really worked for us, and I think it was. I'd change a few things at the moment. As a family, what have we done? So that's me and my four kids when they were a lot younger. They're all either in their 30s and late 20s now, and but we never ever went on we never aspired to a package holiday or anything like that. The fun was always second-hand bikes, finding second-hand bikes at jumble sales or whatever, and just getting on a train and seeing where we went. And my kids now do that with their kids, with my grandkids, and the fun that we had, and it wasn't that we did it. I don't think we did it. We didn't do it to prove anything or to be arch. We did it because there's many ways to have fun, isn't there? And it's not always. And I hear too often we can't even afford to go abroad this year, and I can, but I don't. And I just think it's kind of this thing about people. Do we forget about? This morning I went running, and I didn't know Stockton at all. I think I'd heard of the Tees barrage, but I didn't really. And it's magnificent. It's blooming magnificent. The running along what you've got here and seeing those logs. Has anybody been there recently? Seeing those logs flying up when and the drama of it all, and the salmon and the stories about the seals and all of that, and then you can go past it and get into some quite wild country. Why would you want, I just wonder how many people who you work with appreciate, or actually all they can think about is spending 500 or 600 quid and more nowadays to go to Ibiza or somewhere, and yet I actually really genuinely would prefer the Tees barrage. I'm deadly serious. I'm deadly serious about that. And what has our life revolved around? So if doing stuff, that's Geraldine and the kids when we were younger again, doing stuff together that felt like you all had to do it for a common goal. You can't go camping and sit there and watch somebody else, because you get angry, wouldn't you? It's that doing things together. I can honestly say again that we don't feel the need to go out, although thank you for taking me for a curry last night. But we never feel the need to go out, and never have done as a family, for food. We always cook, never ever, and from ingredients, never ever. And the kids are all amazing. Well, I call them kids, but they're all great cooks, and the grandkids are becoming really, really good cooks as well. And when you look at the money that it takes to do that, yourselves, and I'm sorry about that thing about you haven't got time. You can put something in a microwave and it's going to take you about 10 minutes. You can rustle something up and it's going to take you 20. If you can't find those 10 minutes, switch telly off. Simple as that. People can find it. I hear too many excuses about, that people work so hard. Of course we all work so hard. We work damn hard. Everybody has to work hard to get through life. But if the argument for not being able to rustle up some good, home-cooked, healthy food is not there, don't pander to it. It's not there. By the way, I'm not a Conservative voter either, at all. Never have and never will. But so I'm not. These are not right-wing thoughts. They're common sense. So what do we do as a business to promote the thinking that I've been saying? We as well as Festival of Thrift, we've been doing events longer than that, and urban design a lot longer than that, and Vintage by the Sea in Morecambe, a celebration of second-hand everything really, and free festival, 55,000 people attend every year. Been going 10 years, same as Thrift, but the important thing as well is why does Vintage by the Sea take place in Morecambe? And it takes place in Morecambe. Everything, when it comes to culture, you've got to do things that belong to a place the best that you can, that should take place in a place and can only take place in a place. And Morecambe, for example, is an example of why do vintage there? Well, it's got some of the best historic seaside buildings in the world. It's got the Midland Hotel, importantly, which is at the centre of where we do this event, where Coco Chanel holidayed. So where else would you have a festival of vintage clothes than where Coco Chanel went on holiday? So that's why that festival takes place there. The classic car boot sale, which takes place in King's Cross. I won't go on about that, but it's easy. That's an amazing event if you want to ever come to it. It takes place twice a year in King's Cross. You can see what it's about, classic cars and people of all ages selling stuff, swapping stuff. Festival of Thrift, we'll talk a bit more about it maybe together later, and you can ask questions about that. But some of the things in Festival of Thrift are amazing. The bottom left there, the town is a menu where we move round. We look at different towns of the northeast and we do a menu, you get a three-course meal and you all sit together and be entertained, and you learn about the food of that area, and it's kind of home cooked and everything, and chefs donate their time. I think we want to change that a little bit this year, because I think we want the menu is the town really. We really want thrift to be the catalyst. The catalyst for Billingham town centre turning a corner. And I think that's our main aim really of thrift these next 3 years, is to be at the end of these 3 years, to say that we've made a difference to the feel-good factor and the social sustainability, the economic sustainability and the environmental sustainability of Billingham, as well as the wider area. But I think Billingham probably needs more love. Just judging on the face of me looking round Stockton and Billingham, I think Billingham as a town centre needs more love than Stockton. And I think you're well on your way. And why are these free festivals? We do free festivals all over the country. I can't go into all of them. But why are they important? Well, festivals, you know how, I assume that you've all been to your own Stockton International Riverside Festival, surf, yeah. And you all like it, I assume, and look forward to it. And I assume that one of the reasons is because it brings, it's a sense of pride in your town, isn't it? Wherever festivals are done, it's a sense of pride in towns and cities. And people like to get together. Human beings, the reason why we thrive as a race is because, in general, we're social. We get together. Obviously, if we weren't social, babies wouldn't happen, and we wouldn't thrive. And there are obviously quite a few people who are not very social, but we'll forget about them for the time being. But a festival is a kind of shows visibly the fun of being social and the fun of getting together, and we're all in something together. And that, probably the biggest brand in festivals is Glastonbury. And it's wonderful if you've ever had a chance to go to it. 200,000 people having the times of their life, run by a lovely company, giving money to Greenpeace and all of that. But it costs this year £340 just to get in. And then you've got all the cost of food, transport, equipment, everything that you need. So, that means that only a handful of people who not only can't you get tickets either, it's impossible to get tickets unless you are very lucky, but not only if you wanted to get tickets, you can't get them anyway, but how many people can afford? Basically it's £1,000. That's the minimum it's going to cost you for your 3 to 4 days in Glastonbury. So that shows the importance of surf. It shows the importance of the Festival of Thrift, because they're free festivals where you don't need to spend a penny if you don't want to. You can bring your own sandwich. But you can feel that palpable excitement of other people smiling, being together, doing things. You feel their breath. You can do that now COVID isn't that bad. There's just feeling that thing about being with other human beings. And listening to music, having a dance, watching people do things, watching people perform, take part in it yourself. All of that. The only thing you don't get at Surf and Festival of Thrift is Paul McCartney, and the level that you'd get at that. But everything else you get, and you get it for free, and that's the importance, and that's why councils and government funding is so important for these things, because how many can afford that? But also thrift is, as well as being about fun, is about all the things that I've been talking about earlier. It's about cajoling along in a very light touch way without ramming it down your throat. We don't want, there's one thing that we don't do at Festival of Thrift is put hair shirts on people. This is about, the Fix It Cafe is one of my favourite things. Anybody in the area can bring their vacuum cleaner, their radio, their phone, and we'll try and fix it for free. But while we're doing it, we'll show you how you might be able to fix it as well, and with some it'll stick. etc., etc., etc. For all ages, there are things that people can learn to do and make. And what I'd encourage, if anybody here has got ideas of things that they want to encourage people to do and make at Thrift, then email me, wayne@hemingwaydesign.co.uk, 1M in Hemingway, or just go onto the Thrift website and get involved in it. What are we doing next at Hemingway Design? About 2 years ago, we had this idea. We did it in London to bring all of the charities, the big charities together, big and small, really, charity retailers, sorry, from British Heart Foundation, who, believe it or not, have got 700 shops. They're the biggest retailer in the UK in terms of fashion. And the charity retail industry employs now more people than the fashion industry in the UK. I'm going to ask people some questions in a minute. Well, I'm going to ask now, what do people think about the amount of charity shops in their town? Love them? Shout out, why do you love them? Because that's where you do most of your shopping. That's a bloody good answer, isn't it? Yeah. Anybody else got a view on charity shops? Chap there. Good. Anybody else got anything to say about charity shops? Anybody got anything negative to say about charity shops? That lady there. Right, I'm going to stop you there. But you don't agree with that, I can tell you. No. Yeah. Right. So we've got. You've just highlighted an issue, in a generational issue, roughly, in that we're working, Hemingway Design are working in quite a number of towns at the moment on regeneration projects where the average age of elected members in a lot of towns is around about my age, I'm 61, around about my age, but they're not quite as young in their outlook as I might hopefully still am. And they say, oh, Wayne and the Hemingway team, one of the things, could you try and reduce the number of charity shops in our town? And I just go, what? We want more. Because charity shops stand for so much that's positive. Circular economy, I think you mentioned circular economy, which obviously is vital. They give people the chance to earn money as well. How many young people now are going to charity shops and going on to Depop? It's nearly finished now. Going on to Depop and making money. Plus, they offer the chance for gentlemen like that to buy a jacket for £3. So in every way they work. So what we've been doing is we've been bringing charity shops together, all of the big charity shops and local ones as well, and creating these things called Charity Supermarket, charitysuper.mkt, and it's been working absolutely brilliantly. So we're now going into old Debenhams, old Topshops and Topmans, and bringing all the charities together along with cafes, sustainable cafes, to create basically department stores of second hand, and we're starting one in London, Leicester, various places over the next few months. A very quick story. We'll still have 15 minutes. It'll be fine, won't it? I think it's because it's worth telling this. It's worth telling this because side hustles are really important. Giving people the chance to earn money as well as the portfolio careers is a posh word, but we call them side hustles. And we did this very well in Blackburn about 11 years ago. Blackburn had a whole street, Town Hall Street, which was completely empty. Of all the shops had gone, and the council bought up the shops dead cheap, like they are up here. And they asked us if we'd design some graphics to put in the windows showing the history of the town, and we said no. Why would you do that? The town's got to be alive. You can't board up your shops. So we on my school blazer it said arte labore, by skill and hard work. On Blackburn Rovers shirt it says the same, and above the town hall it says the same. Blackburn is a making and a working town. We knew that from our families, and we did some research, and it showed that 19.8% of everybody who gets up in the morning and goes to work makes things in Blackburn, which was twice the national average. So we said, right, let's get all of those shops, let's find emerging makers of any age, and put them in the shop windows, give them the shops for free, no rates, no rent, and as long as they do what we call performance making, that they made it in the shop window so that people could come and see it and inspire new generations, they could have the shop and they could sell stuff from behind. Oh my God, did it take off. We had chocolate makers, jewellery makers, bike makers, just T-shirt printers. And before long, the street became really, really popular. At the end of the street opened a making rooms. It's all online, all of this. And then we started the National Festival of Making, which has been going for 8 years in Blackburn. Again, very heavily funded now nationally. And that street is really, really successful. But because it's rooted in place, and it was again giving mainly young people a chance to do something and have a go. Final thing is, I've talked about running around here, but promote low cost and healthy fun. The joy of I ran my first marathon at 18, and the joy that still gives me at 61, and all my kids, football, anything, all doing. Just we've got to give kids things to do, haven't we? Like I had things to do and was encouraged to do. I'm not going to talk about what we've done in York. That's my sadly departed father-in-law and mother-in-law. They lived in the house just back there, but they were able to rent an allotment where they spent every single second, grew stuff, and that was their life. And I know we mustn't forget the importance of that. I've talked about that. These were all things that I kept from Blackburn and Burnley about what we were able to do. This is what we've got to turn things on their head. This is what it should be. It's about allowing things to happen, not stopping things to happen. That is very important. That sign. We've designed quite a lot of large-scale housing developments. The closest one to here is the Staiths in Gateshead. That's what a housing development can look like. This was designed in 2000, and it's 760 homes, massively successful. Table tennis tables in the street, play areas everywhere, places for people to sit out. It's about not shutting your front door and watching Strictly, but doing things and trusting that people are not going to break it. They haven't. That table tennis table is still there 19 years after it was installed. And more of stuff like that is being put in now. Communal barbecues. I remember arguing with the council saying, well, if we put a barbecue there, local kids will barbecue your cat. I can say there has been no cats barbecued at the Staiths. None. But why would, somebody said that. I laughed when they said it, but we built those barbecues, built them ourselves because the council wouldn't sanction them. That's where I was brought up, Queen's Park Flats in Blackburn. What does it say, that place? What do you see? Pardon? Like a? Oh yeah. It was just an amazing place to play. Geraldine's house again. That's me finished. Sorry, I can see it. I can see you coming. Right, we got 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. I've waited that long, Mum. I thought my microphone had gone to sleep. Can you hear me? Hear me? Okay. No, I'm joking. It's like that was really interesting and fascinating outlook on life. Is as you know, we're here today. The focus is around the cost of living crisis, and what you were saying about sustainable cooking, for example, is really important. And generationally, it's something that for many families across the whole borough of Stockton has been lost. And I think we run various council initiatives, various voluntary sector initiatives. And how can we get that back? How do we inject that fun into learning of how to cook from scratch?
Sometimes I think that some things have to be said a bit harder. You know, health is really important, and it's quite clear the link between boiling some broccoli and buying a broccoli cheese bake. There's a bloody big difference, and sometimes it has to be said, and we just pussyfoot about, and far too often, like I said earlier, you know, why do people say that people haven't got time? And why can't it just be said, actually, that's wrong? Because, I mean, and in the same breath as you've got Jamie doing his 30-minute meals and what is it? He's done shorter ones than that, hasn't he? He's got a book out, 15-minute one. You know, and everybody loves Jamie, rightly so. But yet, in the same breath, you can hear it then, somebody going on question time after it, or something saying, well, today, you know, nobody's got time to cook their food. I just think it's just like we don't hit home enough sometimes, and we just accept things that are clearly wrong.
No, you're right, and I think, you know, we're not in London here, so you can't get your takeaway delivered in 20 minutes. And you can definitely cook a meal in 45, which is how long it takes in Billingham to get your Just Eat delivered. I do know. But yeah, there's lots of things you can do, and I think, and also in terms of, and I'm not going to talk all the time either, because I do want to give you guys, I think you're the important ones here, the opportunity to ask some questions as well. But I think we talk about sustainability, car boots, the vintage car boot sale and all of those, and the generational differences. And how would you say is the best way for us to tackle that, and the stigma that comes from second-hand goods, second-hand clothes within society?
Well, I think society's moving that way anyway. The statistics show that. I think there was one of the big charities did some research I think it's been published, it was in one of the papers earlier this week, that 70-odd% of people in the UK now consider second-hand to be an acceptable, not because they have to, but don't feel there's anything wrong with it. They feel it's fine. That's gone up quite a lot in a short space of time, and it's only going to go up. So if we're at 70 now, 70-odd%, it might have been 76, I think. If we're at that now, we're past the tipping point, and it's a case of keep pushing it home now, because we have to. And that's wrapped up in, you know, I think a younger generation that actually has learnt for the first, you know, there's only been a couple of generations actually learnt about sustainability at school. So now it's part of the curriculum now, isn't it? It's always there. So I think we are, and I think it's just to keep promoting it and you know, support it all the time. We're on the road. It doesn't worry me as much as it did before.
No, that's good to
hear. But I also think it's like, I really like the way that, like, Stacey Dooley on telly has become, you know, a working class loudmouth about fast fashion. You know, people have to understand the damage of going to certain shops. The damage both to the world, to the environment, to societies who are making those clothes, and to themselves in keep spending money on something that you don't need to keep, you know, something that washes well twice and then is, you know, that people have to understand that is stupid for themselves as well, because that hurts their pocket when they haven't got enough money in their pocket to keep hurting themselves. It's self-harm. So as long as, but it never gets classed like that. It never gets talked about like that. It often gets, oh, well, you know, these people haven't got much. They need newness, but they're buying newness that's costing them, and costing their kids in the future, and costing people in worse conditions than them in other countries. It's a fact. We shouldn't pussyfoot about it.
No, really strong message. Thank you. I think if I can just I can't see where Rebecca is who is in charge of the other microphone. So if anyone's got any questions, if you want to stick your hand up, I do apologise because we are on a tight schedule, so we only have time for one or two. But if you want to stick your hand up, that would be great. I'm going to give one to Rebecca. I'll give the other one to Lauren because I am done talking.
Slight challenge, Annika.
Thank you. Mine's not really a question, Wayne. You've inspired me to make a statement. I bought into the second-hand fashion since the same era as you, 78, 79. We took great pleasure in running down to the second-hand shop, finding an outfit that we were going to wear that very night, making some adaptations to it. And I've continued that throughout my life. When my son was small as a single parent, I continued to buy second-hand. I sold at car boot sale. I used to get up really early, recycle my clothes to make some money as a single mom. I continued that onto eBay, and I still have a little side hustle on eBay. Everything that I've got on today is second-hand, including my vintage Machino shoes, which I got for £7. I even have a second-hand kitchen in my home. So I just want people to realise that, there'll be more people doing that, but there maybe, because of the stigma that's always been attached over the years, they maybe won't speak up about it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Barbecue and sorry, did you hear the start of that or not?
No, I missed the first bit.
All right, well, you talked about the barriers that you faced down on the stays, where you talked about the barbecue and you talked about the cat, and I just wondered how you got round those kind of barriers and sort of overcame them and did sort of what you envisaged with your designs.
Well, on things like when something's said like they'll barbecue your cat, the first thing that I do is I'll say to them, if you really believe that, then let's go and have a debate about it in the local paper. I'll always say that. I said, let's go and see what the rest of the town thinks about your statement about that young people will barbecue a cat. So that was literally what happened, and he backed down on that one. Another one was we designed that development so that the houses were in U-shaped courtyards, so everybody backed onto a courtyard, so everybody could have a big shared garden. You got your own little bit of personal space. You got 10-meter garden, but everybody got a really big garden where kids could play, where you could go out and have barbecues and all of that, and it belonged to 18 homes basically, because everybody, so there was enough overlooking it to give it some kind of privacy. But to achieve that, the layout, nobody got a drive. Nobody could park their car outside their house, and everybody had to park their cars literally 25 meters away down a gable end of one set of houses. And the police have this thing called secure by design, and they wouldn't let us do it. And we said, well, why? It's going to be healthy walking 25 meters, and you might bump into somebody and go in for a coffee or a tea or something, or chat about something. And I said, and anyway, if you were disabled or elderly, there will be drives that are available for people who can't walk 25 meters. And he said it's not that. He said that it's He said by having cars not outside your drive, it will encourage thieves to come on and break into the car. And I said, look, they can break into the car. I want those streets convivial. I want my kids to be able to learn to ride a bike and not have to worry about cars, and I can look out and see them doing that in the streets. And he said to me, this copper, he said, but once they've been there and they've broken into your cars, they'll come back and assault your kids. That was said. So I was absolutely apoplectic about that. That's what they feel. That's how people are being judged. So all we did is we went online and we found, because I had a hunch that car breaking and entering into cars wasn't such a big thing anymore. And we looked at what the statistics were, and basically breaking and entering into cars anywhere is absolutely has gone down like that. And why has it gone down? Because nowadays you don't put a coat hanger through a car and lift up the thing. You know, you can't get into blooming cars. You know yourself if you haven't got your key. Now how's a burglar going to get in? They can't. So car theft has gone down massively. So we were able to show those figures to him, go to his superior, and he had to back down. So you have to fight. Because so many things are views that are not rooted in reality. It's that thing about saying that you can't cook a meal in 20 minutes. It's not based in reality.
Hi, I'm just interested in growing from scratch, and I was wondering about food forests and what are the hurdles to start a food forest, and do you know any success stories?
Yeah, so there's one thing you should probably look at, and it's called Incredible Edible Todmorden. Incredible Edible Todmorden. Todmorden is a town on the Lancashire, Yorkshire, Pennine boundary. Has anybody ever heard of Incredible Edible Todmorden? It's unbelievable. The book, you should be able to get the book online. It's dead cheap. And you should read it, but contact them and how they're doing food production. And then there's another one called, or you can email me. There's something else, and it won't come to me now, but you can email. Yeah. Right, is that it?
Yeah. Well, if you want to catch a train on time, I think that might be it. Yeah. Thank you so much,
All right.
Wayne, for coming and speaking to us.
All right, thanks.
Look forward to seeing you at
All right,
Billingham.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you too to Wayne. I think that was absolutely fantastic, really, really good introduction to the day, and lots of thought-provoking stuff there. We'll now take a break. We've got tea and coffee on the table at the back there. So take a break, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock, please. See you then.
There's no trains at the moment.
There's none at all.
I don't think there's any coming out of Edinburgh.
Oh, no.
Hi, everybody. We're going to start again in about 2 minutes' time. I'm sorry, I know things are a little bit tight getting cups of coffee, but obviously feel free to take it back to your seat, and we'll start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Hi everybody, right, it's 11:05, so I think we're probably going to start again. If I could ask you to take your seats, please. I know people are still queuing for coffee, and please do, but if you've got a coffee, if you're ready to sit down, then that'd be great, and we'll make a start. So, just a quick reminder, we've still got 1 or 2 slots for people, if you want to book time with people from the National Lottery, between 1 o'clock and 1:45. I think there's still 2 slots left, so talk to my colleague Rebecca. Rebecca's over there sitting down in the white jacket, and she can book you a slot. So our next speaker, you won't have failed to notice that Stockton Council has got a new managing director. His name is Mike Green. He started last week, and I'm really, really delighted that he's agreed to come along and join us today to introduce himself and perhaps give a few thoughts about how we work together. Before coming to Stockton Council, Mike was Chief Exec of Scarborough Borough Council. So, and I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard this, but he's obviously swapped one SBC for another SBC. And actually, if you look at the Stockton Baptist Church, that's the third one. Things always come in threes. So, Mike, good to have you with us, and over to you.
Can everybody hear me? I'm going to use this mic because my eyesight is not particularly brilliant and I want to be able to see the slides. So, yeah, I'm Mike Green. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all today. Quite hard following Wayne, which was, in my view, an inspiring presentation. But actually, some of the points that Wayne made are some of the points that are going to come through in my presentation. There's some things that I feel really passionately about. And I also think Wayne gave us some really good food for thought in terms of us as a council and the strong support we've done with working in creative partnerships with you as the voluntary sector, but also pushing a bit further in terms of some of our ambition because we need it now more than ever. I'm going to, it's great actually, it's my second week in post. It's been a bit of a whirlwind actually, trying to get around and meet as many people as I possibly can. It's such a fabulous place and there's a great vibe here and a lovely, friendly, warm welcome. And it's brilliant to end my second week with an event such as this because I get to meet so many people who are working in partnership with us and doing some great stuff all in one place. So it's great to hear from you all and hopefully over the coffee I can kind of hear a bit more about some of the stuff that we're doing. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, my background, and actually some of the things that I'm going to say are not too dissimilar from the previous speaker in terms of our backgrounds are quite similar, and that's driven me in terms of some of my views on the way in which we deliver local services and work in partnership with the communities to make our area a better place. And I'm also going to just share a little bit about my initial thoughts about how important the relationship is between the voluntary community sector in Stockton-on-Tees and the council, and some key principles that I'm really committed to, which I'm hoping will give you a bit of reassurance that as the new managing director coming in, I'm going to continue the really good work working with our elected members who've got a real clear commitment and passion about working with you as a sector to deliver better outcomes. So the first thing, I'll just tell you a little bit about me and my background. This picture is me and my family. I'm married, I have two very young children. It's a slightly old picture, but I have a son, Killian, who's 5 years old, and my daughter, Neve, is 2 years old, and my wife works in mental health for TUV, so we're a public service driven family. I was born and raised in Greater Manchester, in one of the most deprived wards in Greater Manchester. Grew up in a 2-up, 2-down terrace house, not too dissimilar background to the one that Wayne described. But my early life journey really shapes me in terms of my values as a public sector leader and helps me, in my view, to work and drive and why I work in public service. My dad was in and out of work, made redundant a number of times, and I look at some of the things that our communities are facing now with the cost of living crisis, and I remember all too well being sat at home with my parents wondering how they were going to put food on the table. My mum suffered from mental health problems, and I didn't realise at the time, but actually it was a caring, compassionate, forward-thinking local authority working in partnerships with many community and voluntary organisations that I was actively engaged with as a young person that made me the person that I am today. So I've always been passionate and committed about contributing further and doing that, which is why I work in local government and why I love it so much and why I know it's so important to have those strong relationships with the voluntary community sector. In terms of my career, I started working in Greater Manchester, and I think I mentioned to a colleague over coffee that a few of my colleagues joke that I'm a frustrated community development worker. I often try and get involved and get out there. I started my career in regeneration, and some of the stuff that we did in that time in Greater Manchester was community engagement-based regeneration, which I think is really important, which I'll talk a little bit about in terms of some of those key principles. I then moved over to Yorkshire, and I spent some time in Kirklees, and then moved up to the Tees Valley and spent 4.5 happy years working in Redcar and Cleveland. So I know the Tees Valley relatively well, and one of the things that I picked up whilst I was over there working with some organisations and colleagues in Stockton Borough Council, there's a great vibe here. People really, really work together, are passionate about the place, and there's some brilliant things going on, which is why I put myself forward to, and was gladly, happily successful, to become the new managing director of the council. Just to focus, just to say that for me it is hugely exciting coming in and just seeing the energy in this room and the people that have attended this conference and some of the brilliant examples of where you have worked in partnership with our council to deliver some fantastic things. And there's some pictures on there in terms of outlining some of the things, whether it be Catalyst working with the council to match volunteers with key activities, or whether it be some of the grassroots activities around food, the holiday clubs, and some of the wellbeing work that was done during COVID. And I have to say, and I want to say this, a big thank you to everybody in the room actually. It's inspiring to read about some of the stuff that happened right across the country, but particularly here in Stockton. I think without the work of people clubbing together with public services in the voluntary and community sector, given what we went through with the pandemic, it would have been a very different scenario. So thank you for all the great work that you did during that period. And it's great for me, whilst we have some challenges in the future, to know that these great examples exist and there's some great partnerships already in existence is a brilliant starting point for me as the new person coming into the council. I don't want to dwell on this too much because it's an upbeat conference and we're doing lots of great things, but we can't ignore the fact that actually, in my view, and I mentioned this to the leader of the council just yesterday, this is probably one of the biggest challenges we face as a community. Well, certainly in my lifetime, and actually, we're coming out of the pandemic with the bottleneck that I think is going to exist with mental health and a range of issues and families getting back on their feet, with the cost of living crisis and the difficult budget situation that all public agencies face, and the economic area is going to be really, really difficult, and we've got lots of challenges to face together. But I'm a great believer in, back to that point about, you know, if a family member's made redundant, you sit around a table and talk about the issue together and how you're going to tackle that together. It's clearly obvious that the public agencies working with the voluntary sector in Stockton, you are a family, and actually part of that dialogue and that debate is about us working together to try and tackle some of those issues together. And it's not a standstill position, is it? We know that we've got stubborn deprivation that exists in our communities, that was mentioned at the start of the conference. I think it's 21 years, the life expectancy difference between the most affluent ward and the most deprived ward within our patch. And continuing to tackle that. And we have international issues that come over the horizon that impact on us here in Stockton. The best example I would use of that is I was over in Redcar when, because of the Chinese markets flooding the steel industry with cheap steel, the steel industry collapsed in the area, and overnight people were made redundant, the supply chains, and the impact that had on families. And to me, building that resilience so that when those shockwaves do happen, we can club together to try and support people is really, really important. But the positive is, this is just some of the organisations that exist here, and everybody in this room, we have a really strong base and working relationship. You don't need me to tell you that I'm the newcomer coming in, but it is, to me, the way forward has to be us working together and growing together, not particularly, and this is a message for public services in the room, not shrinking away from those relationships that we have. It's absolutely important that we remain ambitious and continue to invest in that relationship, supporting you in the voluntary and community sector, and I feel very strongly about that. And the good thing for me as the officer coming into the council is I know that our politicians and the leader in the cabinet have that same ambition to continue growing despite the challenges that we have. So I'm going to talk through a couple of themes that I've picked up in my working with the voluntary sector. This isn't a house in Stockton, you'll be pleased to know, so I don't need to send this on to our building control. This is a slide that I often use because, to me, it represents how important it is in terms of building resilience and tackling some of those big, deep-rooted issues that we want to tackle together in making the area even better. To me, sometimes we spend too much time focusing on building the house and the problems at the top, but don't get the foundations right. And that's about skills, some of the stuff that Wayne talked about, actually, healthy living, well-being. One of the challenges that I would have for the conversation around healthy eating is if people are suffering from depression and a range of issues, it's really difficult for them to then think about the broader issues in terms of actually trying to spend time cooking. So, to me, the voluntary and community sector, it's at its best when it's supporting us to get those foundations right, because it's that grassroots activity, building resilience in families, and actually continuing to have a focus in terms of our own investment as a council, and not just focusing on the sharp end issues, which are the symptoms of the problems, but actually building good, solid foundations. I'm a glass half full sort of person. One of my really big frustrations, and I think it's probably because of the work that I've done over the years and my background, is that we tend to focus on all the bad things that exist in communities, all the things that are broken, and all the things that we have to solve, when as a sector that actually many of our communities are really resilient and have loads of great assets, skills, passions, energy that exists there. And in my view, we need to work more with those assets, working with you as a sector to actually invest in that, to help people to build resilience and actually grow on those skills, energy and enthusiasm. And I'm not reinventing the wheel here. You already do this in Stockton, and there's some brilliant work taking place. But I've got a real clear commitment that in terms of public services, this is the approach we should be taking, building on what's strong in our communities. Some of that as well is kind of investing in areas that might be connected to issues, but is more grassroots community development, and there's a real commitment to do that further. The other thing I wanted to say in terms of my reflections in the 2 weeks I've been here, but in terms of my time working in the region and knowing the borough as I do, is that I really get the fact that we're a collection of thriving towns and villages. Stockton-on-Tees as a borough, there's a good unity here, but we're not a homogenous thing. People have skills, attributes, histories, and what might be right for Yarm might not be right for Stockton. And actually working as a council with you in the sector to reflect that and have specific plans and developments and use the strengths in those communities is really important, and something that I will continue to strengthen and grow with the officer team moving forward. The next picture is somebody trying to walk a dog with a helicopter. I've not completely lost the plot, but this to me is probably not the most efficient way to walk a dog, and probably not the best outcome for the dog, is it? Let's be honest. I look at this picture and it reminds me of our public services sometimes, and I try to kind of reflect that in the way in which we approach problems. And my view is that actually more co-production of services with communities, strengthening the real relationships that exist with everybody in this room, and it's great for me to hear what a respectful trust relationship that exists between the voluntary sector and the council, and that's been invested in over time. Actually, you can work with us to help us avoid that and design better services, and we need to continue to invest in that relationship because it isn't a given, and you've got to, relationships are those of trust, and you have to keep feeding those relationships, and we need to listen as a council and continue to invest in that process, which will help us in the long run. I've put a picture of a fortress on because this is another area where it can be quite difficult, not just in terms of us as the council leading our area, but other public services. Public sector funding, public sector services can feel a bit like a fortress sometimes. It gets more complicated as new bodies come online, ICSs, regional bodies, and I think that our job and the challenge that we've got on ourselves in terms of a council is we really need to help the voluntary and community sector to be able to navigate routes into that fortress and continue to do so as that becomes even more complicated. And some of that is just about helping you as organisations, and I've been involved in voluntary organisations myself for a number of years on the other side of the fence, not in the public sector sense. Some of it's about just helping you spin the plate, actually. So great work taking place, but every so often you need a bit of help spinning the plate, whether that be funding or whether that be access to funding or different types of service delivery. And my job really with the team is to make sure that we're continuing to do that and helping break down and hopefully eroding the fortress, which is public service. And then finally, teamwork. This is an image that divides opinion in my house, as my wife is Irish, so I thought I'd use this one in terms of the female rugby team. From my perspective, it's really important. Some of the great work and the examples that I gave at the start of the presentation, more integrated working, from my perspective, our lanyard shouldn't make a difference, actually. It's about how we club together and deliver services in communities and invest more in that and not be precious about organisational boundaries, including with the voluntary sector, because many of you in this room have your organisations, will have better routes into our community than some of the formal services that we operate, and vice versa. So it's about understanding that relationship and being really integrated as a team and continuing to build on that. So I'm going to end there. I'm Garry Cummings is going to, I'm the warm-up act really. I just wanted to say hello and kind of say a little bit about my reflections on the sector. Gary's going to talk about the really exciting stuff that's taking place within our town centres and a fairer Stockton-on-Tees, which is really groundbreaking, and I'm really pleased to be coming at a time that I can help work with you all to drive that forward. Hopefully you've got to hear a bit about me in terms of what drives me, but you know, my promise is, and I'll be coming out and meeting many of you over the coming weeks and months, but I've got a real strong commitment and passion for the work that you do in the voluntary sector, and I'm really pleased to be able to build on that work further in the future as we grow together. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike, and again, welcome to Stockton. Really good to have you with us. Our next speaker is Garry Cummings. Garry is the Deputy Managing Director of Stockton Council. Earlier this year, gained responsibility for the Council's relationship with the voluntary community and social enterprise sector, with his Assistant Director, Jane Edmonds, who's also with us today. Garry has also got Halim Kafour and Ian Robinson with him, and together, I think Gary's going to lead this. We're going to hear about the fairer Stockton-on-Tees framework and also developments in Stockton town centres. So Garry, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm Garry Cummings, and it's really great to be here to talk about these two incredibly important aspects of the council. And thanks to Mike for the introduction. I think he's trailed quite a bit of the stuff, and some of the slides are not quite as interesting and exciting as Mike's, I have to say. We haven't got half-built houses and the like. It's actually quite nice to do something like this, because I've spent the last 2 or 3 days talking about council budgets, and this is far more interesting and probably important, really. So I'll start off talking about the fairer Stockton framework. It'll help if you've got the clicker. Mike mentioned his eyesight. Well, I'm trying to look at that and look at notes, and actually I need the glasses for that, but not for the notes, so apologies if I flick around. So, fairer Stockton-on-Tees, what's it about? Well, it's really about some of the stuff that we've just been talking about and hearing about, tackling inequalities. It's been a long time ambition of the council and commitment of members to really look at how we deal with inequalities across the borough, and it has had an awful lot of focus. So this is really about trying to build on that, take it to the next level, work with partners, and see how we can really make a difference. And I think you'll see when I'm going through the presentation, it's deliberately taken a bit of a sidestep, I think, to deal with the current position we're in. I think the first thing to say, it's a key part of the council's planning framework. If you look at the council plan and the council strategies, it is there at the heart of what we're doing as a council. So there is a separate framework, but actually if you look at our council plan, it's right throughout the council, looking at how all services can work together to try and improve things for the borough. A lot of the strategies that you see there on the slide are also linked. I'll mention the inclusive growth strategy. I'm not going to talk a lot about that because I could probably talk about another half an hour about it. But that's a deliberate change in wording. We used to have what was called an economic growth strategy, attracting business growth to the borough. Deliberately, we've changed that strategy over the last few years to inclusive growth. And this is linked to fairer Stockton because it's really all about trying to get local people into jobs that's created by bringing in investment into the borough. So the context, I won't dwell on this, but you can see some of the stats for yourself, and Mike mentioned the 21-year age gap. And somebody mentioned this to me the other day, actually. He said it's almost, we keep saying things like this as though it's something we're not exactly proud of, but yeah, it's the norm. We've got sort of 9 of our wards in the 10% most deprived. Well, really what we're trying to do here is move some of that and move some of those out of those stats, Because it's really, what that hides is some of the issues that's really on the ground that you guys know far better than me, what the impact is. So really, this is developing the framework for dealing with those inequalities. I think it is a complex problem, complex issue. It's not going to be resolved overnight. And again, we've identified, I'm sure this is nothing that you guys don't know, you'll see some of the issues there. Income, wealth, employability, housing, employment, skills. Mike mentioned skills. It's a key issue, really looking at what the skills that's required. Some of the stats that we know, 70% of the jobs in Stockton need level 4 and above qualifications, but actually we've only got 40% of people coming out of qualifications with that level. So we've got to somehow try and move that so that people can get into employment. And I think I've sort of put a question there really around, and this is what we're trying really to do in the council, is look holistically at the problem, because we try and deal with each individual thing. We try and deal with health issues, we try and deal with employment, we try and deal with housing, and that's right. But actually at the heart of that are people. So do we really know what the issues are that's causing some of those problems? Because actually, if we're talking about employment, yeah, that's great. We want to get people into employment, but there may be health barriers to that, and vice versa. So it's all about trying to look at that sort of collectively. So it is an ambitious programme of change. Unapologetically, we're saying that this is at least a 10-year framework. It's not going to happen, it's not going to change overnight. Now, that's not to say that we won't be wanting to make changes and change things sooner than that. And I think, well, if we're stood here in 10 years' time and we haven't made a difference, then we'll have failed. So I think we've really got to challenge ourselves on what difference we can make and how we can do it. It does build on the council's commitment and priority, because this isn't new. We, as I mentioned, it is a real commitment from the members, but this is about really trying to look at how can we do it differently. And I think sometimes, picking up on a couple of things that Mike mentioned, we've got to challenge ourselves and be honest and say, well, okay, we've been trying to do things in a certain way for the last maybe 10, 12 years. What actual difference has it made? And can we do things differently? And can we look differently at how to try and solve some of those issues? Critically as well, I mean, there's a wide range of partners. It's absolutely key, and there's absolutely a key role for yourselves in delivering the programme. Oh, sorry. So the 5 sort of key areas of focus there, I'll not go through them all, but you can see the thing that we're talking about really is looking at the fundamental issues across the borough. There will be I think whenever anybody thinks about this, you almost focus on particular areas of the borough. Now I think that's right, and there are certain wards that we've mentioned that we need to really look at, but there are also sort of disadvantaged communities. So across the borough, there'll be communities that we need to look at, maybe supporting slightly differently. And also the last one is the emphasis on the council as a major employer and a commissioner and a purchaser of services, and I'll come back to that in a little while. Sorry. I think I mentioned that this is a long-term plan, and I think it is, and we've deliberately almost, I wouldn't say paused it, but start to do some more focused work alongside of that. Because clearly we are in a position where people are finding it incredibly difficult, cost of living crisis, and we as a council are trying to look to support that position. So we know that there's increased pressure on those communities that we're trying to support through the strategy. So there's almost no point going into trying to have a long-term plan, a long-term vision, when we know the here and the now needs a response. So we are taking some immediate steps to provide support. Key areas of focus are there on the screen: energy, food. We're looking at employee engagement within the council, so we're trying to get if you like, all employees in the council that link with communities, an understanding of what's happening out there, so we try and support. That links to the employee upskilling. We're also doing some targeted work on child poverty, and corporate social responsibility, I think, is a real interesting one. We do an awful lot of work in the council around looking at corporate responsibility and social value. It tends to have been linked to contracts, so when we're going out for a big development or something, we'll have something written into the contract where the suppliers will provide apprentices or do other things for communities. But actually we're hearing more and more that the big employers, and we do have some really big employers in the borough, all have policies around social value and corporate responsibility. And what we hear from them when we talk to them is actually they're more than willing to help in communities, but quite often they don't know what people need. So what we're looking to try and do is to try and develop something where we can, if you like, match what's the asks with what businesses can provide support. Very early days, but I think it's quite exciting, and I think there's a real resource there that we can tap into. And again, absolutely working with partners in the VCSE, and I'm sure John will mind me saying we've had some initial conversations with Catalyst about how we can work together to take some of that forward. So again, some examples of what we're doing, and the council tax rebates, discretionary payments. It sounds one bullet point on the slide. We've delivered 2 rounds of the household support grant. The work that's gone in by some colleagues in the council to deliver some of these schemes is incredible. But they're really well needed, and there's more to come. And the announcement yesterday was more money in this area that I'm sure we'll be administering. So there'll be much more of this to come. Holiday activity fund, if you like, and also work with a range of partners to deliver sort of household health checks. So an awful lot of work that we are doing and we have done, but we're doing more. One of the things that we've developed, and it's work in progress, so there'll be more to come, is on our website we now have a cost of living support hub where there's all sorts of advice around benefits or just general support for people that they can access and support. And critically, we've also done that in paper form, because obviously not everybody will have access to that digital means. We've also launched a programme, I'm saying we, I'm taking a bit of credit for it, it's the team have done a great job in partnership with I'm sure many people in the room, around launching our warm spaces in Stockton-on-Tees initiative. And you can see some of the stats on there. There's more than 50 venues we've already got in place. There are some grant funding. Some of the facilities have Wi-Fi, enough for food and hot food and hot drink. And I'm really pleased to sort of be able to say now that we've developed a solution, if you like, where we can provide a community transport service for some of our more vulnerable clients and residents to actually allow them to come to some of these venues. And we're going to move it on. So there you see the GIS mapping to make it easier for people to find the closest venue to them, and also look at venues to see, basically, can we widen that? So can we bring forward sort of more facilities for people to use? And I mentioned that we're doing a lot of this as the council. I know the VCSE are getting involved, but I also know that Catalyst are really ambitious and wanting to work even more with us on this sort of area. Where clearly resources are not always easy, but I know Catalyst do have a bid in to National Lottery to hopefully provide some more support to help from the VCSE sector, and we're really hopeful that that's successful, because I think it'll make a massive difference to us. Just a shout out I'm mentioning the inclusive growth strategy, but I wanted to pick up on this in particular, and I think we've got colleagues in the room, which is great. Really proud of this. It was sort of a difficult decision at the time. Resources were tight, but the council made a decision to invest in a new employment and training hub. There was a temporary location in Wellington Square which wasn't brilliant, but we've now opened a really, really good facility there, and it's flying, it's doing a real good job. And at the heart of this, it's really looking at trying to work with businesses to understand what businesses need, what skills they need, where they're trying to recruit, what jobs are available, and then trying to basically match that and promote that with our residents. So we're doing all sorts of stuff. Mentioned Care Academy there. So 40 people into employment through the Care Academy. They're running careers fairs. They're running some CV workshops. You name it, they'll do it to try and help in this area. And I think 100 people into employment by July, which massively exceeded sort of the initial expectations. And as you can see, it now stands at 180. So again, if there is anybody interested in sort of linking in with sort of employability, if you like, then I'm sure the team will be delighted to hear. And that's just a graph to show some of the, you probably can't see it very well, but just to show some of the level of engagement from some of our businesses and some of the residents. And the key thing on this for me is the stat around how many people have got into work, because ultimately that's really what it's about. And they're not stopping there, because as I mentioned, we've got the main facility within Stockton, which is brilliant. It's a super facility. I'd encourage you all to pop in and have a look. But not everybody can use that, and not everybody will go into the town. So we really want to get out there and into the communities. So we are looking at hubs and spokes to actually get out there. So again, I'm sure if anybody's got ideas around, the team could come out and do some work within the community. They'd be more than happy to have those conversations. And that's just a slide with a little bit more information. I'm sure John will circulate the slides, and clearly Jane, Helene, myself are more than happy to take any comments or any questions, John. Is there any questions from anybody on any of that? If there's anything hard, I've got Jane and Helene here.
Should we take questions? Anybody got a question for Garry? Oh, come on, there must be somebody. Yeah, over there, thank you. Can we have the roving mic over there, please? So can you say who you are and where you're from as well, please?
Yeah, Kevin Pitt from the Building Environmental Link programme. We had an interesting meeting at the Clarences yesterday with the community and with officers from Stockton Borough Council. And one of the key issues that came up was the schools programme, what's the proper name for it? So, the HAF programme. And the debate was round that the HAF is really concentrating on children that are subject to free school meals. And one of the difficulties we have in dealing with that programme is we won't exclude children who don't have free school meals. And I really think we need to look at how we bridge that, because it was a big issue with the one representative from the local community, that there are some children that seem to get a lot of help, and there are other children where the parents are on the cusp. They don't quite fit into the free school meals, but they still need help. So if you could look at that in the programme, I know you'd have to bring in other funding, but it really could do with enhancing. I'll just point that out.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Kevin. I think you've highlighted sort of one of the difficulties with any programme or anything that we do, where there's limited funding in certain areas, and there are cut-offs that sometimes artificially sort of get in the way, if you like, of providing that support. But I'm sure that's something that we'll take away and look at.
Okay, maybe time for one more, and then I know Gary's got more to talk about. Any other questions for Gary? Can I ask one in that case, Gary? And it's to do with the warm spaces. Obviously, you've had 50 odd expressions of interest, and many of those are now up and running. Do you have any sort of sense as to what the take-up's like at all? Or maybe just
Jane, Liam, would you be able to pick that one up?
At the moment, obviously take-up is building. We anticipate that it will grow over time. What will be happening over the coming weeks, though, on an ongoing basis, is that representatives of either your organisation, John, or the council will be, when I say dropping in, to speak to the organisers of those venues, not just to establish the number of people that are going in, but what type of messages they're hearing as well, because it might be that our messaging isn't always right. So part of this process is about how we get better at what we do. We're also very conscious that Stockton-on-Tees is only relatively new in terms of being published and going through households, and so that a lot of the information, although it's been on the council's website, we really want to get the word of mouth out there, so we're expecting that the venues will change. So it is an ongoing basis, so they are being used. I think one of the key issues for us is we're not asking people why they're turning up, so some of this is really about just speaking to the venues themselves to get a feel for whether they see an increasing number of people coming through their doors.
That's great, thanks, Jane. Gary, I think back over to you for the session on the High Street.
Okay, thanks very much, John. And again, I'm really pleased to be able to present on this, and I'd love to take all the credit for this, but I can't. And Ian Robinson's here, who's leading on this for us as a council, and I'm sure we can pick up any questions at the end that you may have. So I'm really going to spend sort of 15-20 minutes talking about our sort of town centre investment programme, and it will be a bit of a whistle-stop tour because we could probably spend twice, 3 times as long, really, because there's some really exciting stuff going on. Mike's already mentioned we are a diverse borough, and we've got sort of 6 very distinct towns, and we have developed an investment programme around those 6 towns, and clearly it's different in each area, but I will focus on each of those ones individually. We do have 6 across the borough. It's an ambitious programme, and hopefully you'll see that one and go through it. I think it's really about sort of council intervention to drive change. I think that there's some really brave decisions being made by our members. I think, again, I don't want to keep referring back to Mike's slides, but he mentioned some sort of ambition, if you like. And I think, well, I know that a lot of what I'm going to talk about would not have happened without the council's intervention, and really that's about the members taking those brave decisions to drive some of these changes. It is around about a £200 million investment programme that we've got planned. We've tapped into future high street funds, town deal funding, levelling up funding. Council contribution has gone into this, and we've involved partners in bringing in some external investments. And we've also got a bid in for a levelling up fund round 2 for Billingham Town Centre, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And again, all of this is about transformational change and really bringing forward regeneration to our area. Stockton, and I'm showing the slide of the current Castlegate Centre, some of it has started to come down now. Again, I think the first thing I would say on Stockton Town Centre, the 200 million that we've talked about, we've already invested before then some significant funds in doing public realms, so that the fountain, I'm sure some people will have seen, that's improved very much the infrastructure. And it's a long-term, if you like, plan ambition of the council to intervene and take control where we can make a difference. And I think this is probably one of the biggest, bravest decisions that we've taken at a time when town centres were and are struggling. Retail was struggling. We had two shopping centres in the town, both of them, I think, struggling for footfall and for vacant units. And the opportunity arose, and we actually stepped in and bought both of them. Some people at the time thought we were absolutely crazy, and I've got my finance 1-5 hot on, saying to myself, what the heck are we doing that for? And then the other hand is, well, actually, if we don't, it's a race to the bottom. Something had to happen. So, sorry. So that picture there is shown. You'll not be able to see probably very much on the smaller map, but it's shown the Wellington Square centre in the town, and then the Castlegate centre. And I think a stat that we always roll out is the Castlegate centre. If you look at it, it's huge. The land it covers is massive. It's actually 3 times the size of Trafalgar Square. I forget that one in English, we always say it, don't we? So we have bought it, and we are now looking at redeveloping that site. I think a huge positive, and this hasn't happened by accident, there's now 31 tenants that have actually relocated from Castlegate into Wellington Square. And what that means is the vacancy rate across the town, it was extremely high, and now it's down to around 10%, which is well below the national average. And the footfall in Wellington Square has increased, and we are receiving sort of everyday feedback from the shops there about how well it's going, how well it's trading. That's the big sort of nationals that's moved, but also some of our local traders which have moved from the old market, if you like, into units for them. So it's a real sort of positive story. And that is an impression, and it won't look exactly like that because we're still doing some work, sort of finalising the design. But that's hopefully where we'll get to. So the plan is that the Castlegate will be demolished. We've started that process, we're working through it, and there'll be a new sort of urban park created with lots of open green space. You'll see, hopefully be able to see on that slide, that will include a reconfiguration of the road. So at the moment it's a dual carriageway going along Riverside Road. You'll see that it actually punches in to the current land. It goes down to one lane, and there'll be a land bridge created which will basically join the town centre to the river. We've got a real massive sort of benefit, if you like, in the town of the river, but actually when you're in the town centre, you probably wouldn't even know it's there because the Castlegate centre just blocks it all off. This opens it right out, so it brings the river and the town together as one, which I think will be absolutely fantastic. The other thing that you'll see on the slide, and I haven't got to make the point, but the sort of top right towards the middle is a new development, which is basically some council facilities which will relocate, and they'll be based there. I'll come on to that. As well as some work that we're doing with health colleagues. So again, I'll come back to that. That just gives you a picture of what it will look like, which I think is hugely exciting, to be honest. I mentioned we will also include new facilities. That's a new leisure centre. We will be relocating, if you like, our current splash. Swimming pool, gym, library, registry office, and I think anybody who's been to the one in Stockton would agree that needs to be re-provided, and customer contact centre. And I think this is in the context of we're investing in this, and hopefully we've got a decent, although finances are difficult, we're in a reasonable position compared to many others. Because of the way that members have managed the finances over the years. So this is allowing us to continue this investment, and we're doing this bluntly at a time when many others are looking at closing leisure facilities. So I think it's fantastic. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say this yet, but I think there'll be an announcement very, very soon on the community diagnostic hub. So the NHS are working we've been working closely with the NHS to develop community facilities on the same site, and we're expecting an announcement imminently, and I think we're hopefully confident that the diagnostic centre, which will include MRIs, X-rays, CT scans, will be on that site, which again is another £25 million in investment and facility, which is brilliant. And also they're working on another facility which we're hoping will be on that site, which is similar, but it's a care closer to home facility, which is dealing with outpatients and some sort of, if you like, smaller level services of screening and the like. So that will create a bit of a sort of a health stroke leisure campus linked to our new development, which will be incredible, really. And the key thing, it brings lots of footfall into the town centre, which is a key thing for our businesses. And that's just you won't be able to say that, that's just a layout of the development that I mentioned of the leisure facility and the health facility. And sort of last but not least, we've been able to do that because we changed our decision. Originally, we were planning on condensing 10 council buildings and actually building a new facility on that site. So when I mentioned the leisure facility that we were developing, the original plan was that we were going to build a new council offices and relocate from our 10 that we've got now. We actually changed our decision and we bought Dunedin House, which is just over the river, and bluntly the money that saved us, we were able to reinvest and develop that facility. So again, that's a great facility. It'll allow us to really condense our current office accommodation, save us some money, and also it'll mean that staff are really just over the road from the new development when they're in the office. So a bit of the programme, you'll see it's obviously long term. The demolition's underway. The urban park, the land bridge, the Riverside Road, the construction contract's already been awarded to Esh. We're starting to do that design work. And again, you can see the timescales for the civic facilities. So you can see that clearly this is going to take a couple of years to come to fruition. The big schemes, it's a big old building to demolish. But anybody walking through the town will start to see this actually happening and taking shape, which is superb. Billingham, I think it's fair to say we're probably a little bit behind. We know that Billingham has its challenges. There is a commitment from the council to invest in Billingham Town Centre. That's been made. It's in the medium-term financial plan. It's there. We have aspirations to take control of the centre. Clearly it's in private sector ownership, which brings about certain problems. So we are trying to have conversations with the owner about how we can bring something forward. Critical to this is the £20 million level and upfront bid. So if we were to get that bid, it really does put us in a much stronger position to intervene in Billingham and do something different. But clearly we're working on those plans, if you like, behind the scenes. Ingleby Barwick, this is a smaller but equally as important intervention for the people in Ingleby Barwick. An awful lot of consultation has gone on about different options within there, and feedback's been analysed from all of those, and we're now looking at the scheme to really improve the park in Ingleby Barwick. What I would say is it's a really complex legal process because of the land ownership there. So again, we're working through that to try and see a way through it. Are we okay for time, John? I'm just trying to rattle through. Another huge sort of positive intervention is in Thornaby. We were successful for Thornaby Town Deal funding. What I should have said as well, I think before yesterday we were all a little bit nervous around would some of this capital funding that we haven't received yet be forthcoming, because clearly we haven't spent some of this money yet. We're planning it and haven't spent it. But the good news from yesterday's statement was that we think that all capital funding is still in place, so it should still allow us to crack on, if you like, with some of these interventions. I think one of the real positives in Thornaby is the structure of how this is governed. This isn't just the council saying we're going to do this or we're going to do that. There is a board, a town deal board, which is multi-agency, lots of organisations on it, MPs are on it, cabinet members on it, so it's people coming together, local members coming together to try and define what it is that we want to change in Thornaby. And you can see some of the plans there. It's vacant properties and the infrastructure within the town centre to look at development. Skills and training for the residents is key, and there's a scheme being developed to basically look at the NETA training facility, which again is a fantastic operation, but in much need of new facilities, which will be great. Certainly some new cycleways, looking at that for sustainable transport, and then opportunities in poor quality housing in North Thornaby. And I'll just pause there a minute, because this is where this actually links back to what I was talking about earlier about the Fairer Stockton framework. So a key area within Fairer Stockton framework is North Thornaby, and this is trying to use town deal funding to try and support some of those things within that area. One too many. See some of the work that's starting to go on. We've done quite a lot of community engagement already in that area. There'll be much more to come. Some improvements have been done to the local park and the community building, and you might see that on a television programme next year. And that's probably a story in its own right, Jane, isn't it? What the work that involved. It maybe wasn't quite what it said on the tin at the start, was it? But I'm sure it'll be really positive. Looking at empty properties, again, a key challenge is the condition of buildings, and look at empty properties in their area, and security issues around some of the streets. And also a key one at the moment is investing in energy efficiency schemes to some of the housing. So loads of good stuff already going on, but much more to come. And in the south of the borough in Yarm, again we were awarded levelling up funding for the south of the borough in the previous funding announcement, and work is going on around sort of Yarm Town Hall, looking at developing a heritage centre and toilets. Preston Park and museums, we're looking at something there to basically look at improving that whole facility, car parking, and some sort of exhibition type space. And we're just about to start more consultation in Yarm around what we do within the town centre. We've done a load of consultation, had feedback around what do we want as infrastructure within the actual town centre itself. And we now have some proposals that we're going to go out and just test for the community. And then again, cycleways, we're looking at can we improve some of that connectivity. So that's that on our town centres, John. And I'm more than happy to take any questions or any comments from anyone.
Okay, thanks very much, Garry. Any questions or comments from anybody? Yes, chap in the white shirt.
Hello there, my name's Ivan Wright, and I work for DWP, co-location as well within Stockton Council. So first of all, I just want to say it's a really exciting development and proposals that you put forward. And I'm really impressed particularly about the Stockton plan. I think it's very brave of Stockton to take an early step, and I think we want to be, within our area, we are one of the early adapters to this view. And I think it'd be really interesting to see how it turns out. A question regards Yarm, because Yarm's a very interesting place, and potentially there's a lot more that could be done there. And I know that one of the issues has always been parking. So if somehow there were more parking facilities available, I think then maybe we could attract more people into the town. And I don't know whether that's been considered, or I'm sure it has, but I just wonder if there's any new developments.
Yeah, you're quite right, and Ian may wish to comment, but I think it's been a long-running issue in Yarm around sort of traffic, car park, and I think when you speak to businesses and anybody else, there are actually mixed views. Because some actually want to encourage car parking on the high street for business sort of activity, where others it doesn't work for them. I think one of the issues is around sort of, is it short stay, long stay? So again, we're looking at all of that. But I think one of the other recent things is we've just opened a car park. I think it's around, I think it's around 60 places, the new car park in Yarm. No? They are. So 30 are open now, and then it'll increase to 60 in the near future. So that, I'm not saying it's the answer, but it will help.
Take this as the last one, then we'll move on.
Hi, my name's Julie Harrison, and I talk all about climate change in schools. I'm really excited about the greening of the town centre, so fantastic work there. In fact, I was contacted by the Green Party in Nottingham, of all places, to do a talk on it. Don't know why me, but hey ho. I was at a net zero conference in Newcastle last week. Or was it this week? Because I've been so busy. And 70% of the carbon emissions come from domestic heat supply and transport. And the question there about parking in Yarm, could we not look at better public transport links? I would love to go to Yarm and walk around the shops, but I'm trying not to use my car so much, but transport links are not always easy. So could we look at transport, but also when you're redeveloping the towns, and I live in Billingham, the town centre there is a brilliant opportunity to do something similar to Stockton High Street as well. Make it more community centred and bring some more green space. I'd love to expand John White Park into the town centre. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pick up the last one and I'll bring Ian in on the yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I think we'd love to do something in Billingham, and we are working on things sort of in the background, but the two things it's critical. It's a level of funding bid, and then how can we take ownership or influence the current owners to change the facility. So yes, we'll certainly take your points on board in all of that. Ian, do you want to pick up the point on Yarm and public transport?
Yeah, hiya. I think it's a very good point, and it's at the forefront of all our minds in terms of sustainability and environmental considerations. Garry touched on in the presentation the potential for new cycleways. So again, that's about encouraging sustainable transport. We've got to strike the right balance between the vitality of our high streets and behavioural change, uses of cars, uses of public transport, sustainable transport. We're looking to introduce electric vehicle charging points into the high street as well. So again, encouraging more sustainable forms of transport in terms of car-borne traffic. So it's a combination of things, and we are starting to address them where we can, particularly in respect of Yarm High Street. But it's one of those things that will take time to embed behavioural change, but you also need the infrastructure to support that change.
Okay, we're going to move on now, but really just to say many thanks to both Garry and Mike for the time and some very positive messages, I think, particularly around tackling inequalities, partnership working, corporate social responsibility, and the visions for the town centre. I think particularly for Stockton Town Centre is visionary. It's had a lot of publicity and we really look forward to it. So can we just have a big round of applause for them? We're going to move into workshops now. There are 3, and you will have had the opportunity to pre-select those. So first to say where they're going to be, If you're in the workshop around bringing volunteering to life, then please stay here in this auditorium. If you're going into the one around DBS, then that's in the lower hall, and so is the workshop around the National Lottery and their advice on a good bid. But that room divides in two. There's a partition down the middle. Now, the way you get to that is through the door on the right-hand side here, down the corridor to the right, and then my colleague Amelia, who's going to put her hand up there we are, will direct you to the right workshop from there. Workshops go on till 1 o'clock, and then it's lunchtime. So a quick word on lunch arrangements. Lunch is in this room. It'll be served on the tables at the bottom of the sort of raised area over there. You will have had the opportunity to pre-order lunch, and what you pre-ordered will be what's provided. And it's going to come in a bag. So rather than having a buffet laid out, there'll be a bag with, I think, a sandwich and some other things in there. So please take whatever it is that you've ordered. If you're not sure what you've ordered, ask on reception. They've got a list. If it's halal or vegan, then it's on the table over there. The other ones are on these tables in front. And at the end of it, if you can leave your bag on the table in which you picked it up, then it'll be taken away and recycled. So that's a quick one on lunch. Secondly, the lottery one-to-ones. I'm not sure if we've still got 1 or 2 spaces. Full, right? Okay, all full. Good. So thanks for registering for that. Those will take place during the lunch break. You'll know what time your appointment is, and those take place in the parish room, which again is through the door on the right-hand side, and a bit further down on the left. You'll find it there. Anyway, let's break for lunch. Sorry, no, let's not break for lunch. Let's break for workshops, and we'll come back in here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
1, 2.
How does it work?
Excuse me, everyone. If you are here for the workshop, if you could just take a seat and just ideally a little bit closer. Don't worry, we don't bite or anything.
Well, I thought we could. Have they taken all the microphones? No, they don't need a microphone, do we? No. We'll sit down as well, wouldn't we? Let's move this away. Just tried it, but it takes a while.
Hi everybody, we need to start the workshop in here now, so if you're due in one of the other ones, they're down the corridor there, and we'll start this workshop in 1 minute's time. So if you're here for this workshop, if I could ask you to take a seat and we'll go from there. Thank you.
In them, so if you need to
Thank you.
So if you want to use them, they're muted at the top at the moment, so I'll go and put them on.
All right, thank you. Probably won't need them once you've gone through.
Yeah, picked the wrong spot there, mate.
Joyce can introduce herself.
Is that on? I did that on purpose for a little laugh there, didn't I? So, hi everyone, I'm Josie. So, as Lucy said before, I used to work for North Tyneside Borough. I oversaw and managed a lot of volunteering projects in my time in that organisation, and I was responsible for sort of rolling out and finding Voluntary and kind of implementing it there at North Tyneside Borough, and I loved it so much that I came and worked with Ash and the team at Voluntary. So my role is to work with all of the amazing organisations and charities that adopt Voluntary to make sure that they can utilise it to the best of its ability. And obviously, because I've got a background in the sector, I can sort of relate to the different kind of challenges and areas of work of all the different organisations that we support as an organisation. So that's me.
I'm not actually going to touch on that because we've spoken about who we are, right? So here's the quick agenda for today. So firstly, it's really going to be about the purpose of case studies. Why do we even want to do them? Why they're effective? Then it's about how to make the process simple. So I think we've actually got that quite well thought out and well nailed at Voluntary. We do one of these pretty much every week, and we have done for the past sort of 12 months plus. And we've got it down to a point where we don't have to spend hours and hours and hours every week putting these together, okay? So I think we can help you here. And then also how to kind of get the word out there. There's no point having these amazing case studies and then not making use of them effectively. Okey-doke. Yes, sorry, just to recap, we do a volunteer of the week, so we take one amazing volunteer from across the sort of organizations we work with, we run a quick interview with them, we put a nice blog together, and then we share it here, there, and everywhere. Okay, and this is where they're hosted on our website, so it's just kind of gives you a glimpse into what we do at Voluntary, and this is what we're going to talk through today about how we can probably help you. So, just really quick exercise here. I've got a couple of options here, okay? And it's the same wonderful volunteer, same wonderful backstory, but there's two different ways of writing a case study, okay? And what I want to kind of demonstrate here is that the way that they're written, people empathize with stories, they can relate to things, and you want to make sure that when you're trying to put that out there, that comes across. So really, if you can make them emotive, if they can be story-driven, then they're hopefully more effective. So, I mean, if you've had a chance to quickly glance, which one do you think is more effective? So, raise of hands for option one. Oh, can you? Yeah, actually, that's fine. So, option one, Tony works in advertising. Tony is a volunteer who helps make check-in calls to those who are isolated, and Tony has been volunteering since 2018. Option two, Tony's father was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer. A local charity picked him up, gave him people to talk to, and gave him some normality every day. When he sadly passed away, Tony wanted to do his bit to say thank you, and Tony began volunteering, and he never looked back. So I think prefer is the wrong word here, but as in which one do we think is more effective? So raise of hands for option one, and then option two. Okay, I mean, I led you all down a path there, if I'm totally honest with you, but you can see what I'm trying to get at. So look, why do case studies? So new volunteers. So most of us, if we volunteer, we probably heard from a friend or we read something, and it's about making it relatable. Someone can pick something from another volunteer's story that they can relate to. For example, we had a situation where somebody was really nervous about starting to volunteer, and one of our case studies talks about someone else who was very nervous, but they realized their nerves were unfounded. So give stuff that people can relate to, and you'll get more volunteers coming through the door. Also funding, so stats are great, yes, but stories are also great. So funders want to know outcomes, and they want to see kind of the effect that volunteering is having on volunteers, but also the people that they help look after and they serve. So also really good to have this as kind of collateral on your website that you can refer to when you're going for funding bids and things like that. And yet it demonstrates your value. So this is actually good for everyone within the organization. Like, I think Josie and I would both kind of attest to it. It's a nice weekly reminder of why we do what we do. And sometimes you can lose track of that. So actually in just doing these, it's great for everyone within the organization to build that culture. And that was that last point really, is team motivation. I think this is really, really something that you can't kind of underestimate.
I think on that point as well, Ash, like, I think I would just be curious to know, like, how many people regularly capture, like, case studies in their jobs? Yeah, so, like, not many, and I think I've definitely been guilty of it myself. But in my kind of previous role, as I gained more experience, I embedded it into part of my role and part of my team's role as well. That like every month they had to kind of capture at least one case study or one testimonial or something, a summary of a really good session with some learning, because actually in the long run it saved them so much time. So obviously I moved on from Voda not so long ago, and I had one of my kind of previous team ring me recently, and she was like, I'm putting in this like annual report about the project, and I'm just like asking for your advice on it. And I was like, Kirsty, do you remember you had to do kind of all them case studies and all that? I said, that's your report written, you've just saved it. She was like, you have just saved me Sal about 2 weeks. And so it was actually about working smarter as well on the project, because come September, you know, it's really difficult to remember that, like, when you're doing so much amazing work, those little kind of wins and small moments of joy that you see in your job, and actually capturing that at the time and then dropping it into your report for your funders just kind of makes the whole thing richer and demonstrating that value as well. So just kind of wanted to share that because I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to come here just because I'm crooking my neck a little bit, folks. So, look, this is about the ask, okay? So, a few tips that we kind of picked up along the way. Oh, yes, sorry. You didn't get told off. Right, so in terms of the ask, okay, when you're going out to the volunteers and you're going to ask them, will they help you out with something, right? Will they sit down, spend some time with you? Tell them how long it's going to take, 10, 15 minutes only, okay? We used to not say this, and our response rate was a lot lower than when we said it will only take 10 minutes, because when people know that, they know what they've got to commit, okay? And don't get me wrong, Josie often sits for hours and they have an amazing chinwag over a cup of coffee. It's just that initial getting them over that hurdle of committing their time, shall we say. Tell them the why, right? If they understand the purpose and why this can be so effective, and getting a case study from them is going to help, you know, get more volunteers, funding and everything like that, it's going to be very hard for them to say no. Not that they would anyway, but again, if they know why you're doing this, it's really, really helpful.
As well, Ash, just on that note as well, we were talking about, sorry, I thought I was talking, Derek, you're really telling us off today. So, like, I've lost my train of thoughts there. Oh yeah, it's talking about the kind of boundaries of the case study as well, like, and actually that the volunteers are always in control of that content, because for lots and lots of people, the reasons that they volunteer are really like personal and are quite kind of hard hitting. You know, maybe they've lost a loved one and they want to give back, or they're feeling isolated and lonely themselves, or they, you know, volunteer for a mental health charity and they've got lived experience of that. And so it's really important, like, as the kind of interviewer, that you're letting them know that, like, whatever they tell you, they still have control about what goes out there into the universe, so to speak, so that, you know, you're not kind of sharing stories without their consent.
Yeah. And give them some of those questions ahead of time as well, kind of to Josie's point there. If they know what to expect, they're going to be a little bit more forthcoming about spending that time with you. This one is just pretty straightforward. It's send them a booking link, right? You're saving them 3 emails back and forth, and you 3 emails back and forth, trying to find a time that suits you all, okay? So send them a link, make that process easier, and again, you'll see your uptake kind of really increase. And also just connect that link to Zoom, Teams, Meet. So just make the process as friction-free as possible, and it means that you'll have these conversations more regularly, and you'll be able to make it a genuinely part of your kind of day-to-day job, shall we say, rather than do 1 or 2 case studies, then they fall by the wayside. The interview itself, so again, outline the purpose at the start and how it's going to go. Ask to record the interview. No one wants to be misquoted. You don't want to misquote them. So if you record it, you can always look back. And it also is much more engaging because you're having a conversation rather than sat there sort of scribbling down notes behind the screen, right? That doesn't look great for anyone, and you're not really going to get to the crux of what they want to communicate to you when you're doing that as well. The volunteer should talk most. I think that's fairly self-explanatory there, but really it's about listening. Pick up on what they're saying. If they're emotive about a particular subject, really quiz them on it, and ask a little bit more deeper around some of those topics. And then again, this one's just politeness, really. It's just like, ask them if they're good for time. You know, if you're getting towards that time, they're more than likely to go, no, it's fine, don't worry about it, cool. But just make sure that they're comfortable, because no one wants to be stuck getting asked more questions when they've got to get off for another meeting or something, right? And so this one is about those questions that we kind of recommend asking. Again, it's pretty self-explanatory, but kind of getting those basics, right? Age, kind of where they're from and stuff. And that's about that relatability, right? It might be easier for me as a prospective volunteer to relate to the case study about another person my age doing my thing from my town or whatever it might be, okay? So that's just helpful stuff to kind of tick off at the start. Motivations behind volunteering, because again, relatable stuff, people are going to kind of really empathize with that. Their experience for volunteering and advice for others, I think this one's a great one, because the advice for others is probably what might get some other people over the hurdle that they're facing, whatever it might be. Oh, I don't think I have time. Okay, guess what? One of your volunteer case studies is going to address that challenge. And they're going to say that they were also worried about time and flexibility, but this is why it wasn't a problem in the end, for example. Ask them for any story that stands out. And this is really where the good stuff comes through. Say, you know, is there any time that you remember that sort of stands out to you in your head through your time of volunteering? That's when the really awesome sort of personable stories come through. And we've just heard it all, haven't we, Joe? So there's been amazing stuff.
Yeah, and that is like, I always feel really bad when I ask that question to volunteers when I'm like doing these case study chats, is I always say like, have you got a standout moment or a memorable moment? And they're always like, oh, I feel, but they always come up with this, the answer is never the same. Sometimes it can be something really like humbling, sometimes it can be something really inspiring, really funny, just, they never fail to kind of like make me just think like, wow, how amazing are volunteers, like the difference that these people are making to organisations, you know, right across the country and the world as well. So yeah, that's definitely a difficult question to ask, because people always feel on the spot, but I always find that like they just give such amazing answers every time.
Yeah, definitely. Also use this as an opportunity for feedback, right? You want to be improving the service you deliver to your volunteers, one, because you're going to retain them for longer, right? And they'll do more for you. So find out what your organization could be doing better for them. So this one's a little bit outside of the case study, but it's just making effective use of that conversational time with a volunteer. Very kind of new world sort of situation here, right? So do they have any social media handles? And if they've got every single one you can think of, get every single one you can think of, okay? The reason being is you've all maybe been tagged in a Facebook post or something like that. The first thing you go and do, right, is hit the reshare button, okay? So your charity's Instagram page may have 300 followers. They may have 1,000, and they may be cool local people in the community who might want to volunteer as well, right? So make it so easy for them to just hit the share button or reshare it or comment or things like that, and you'll kind of get exposure to, a wider audience, okay? Yes, and then finally ask for a photo. And you will really get every type of photo under the sun. So maybe give them a little bit of direction around that one. You know, like what kind of activity, head, shoulders, whatever it might be. But yeah, we've seen it all, to be honest with you. Okay, so, and then look, so onto the content. So this is actually really the important part, right? Because you can have these amazing stories all scribbled down on notes of paper all over the place, but they're no use to anybody there, right? So it's about content. So first thing is maintain consistency with your brand, with whatever it is. And we find that tools, there's free tools out there. So Canva's a perfect example if you've never used it. But you can mock up amazing things and literally anybody can manage it. So you can mock up these wonderful sort of images that you can put together in 2 seconds flat. There you go, there's your content every time, okay?
And Canva is free for charities as well, if you didn't already know that. You don't actually have to pay for it.
Yes, then what are you going to do? Usually the basis is some form of article, okay? So some long form article that you can then slice and dice and put into different social media channels and things like that, okay? We host them on a particular spot on our website and we make them extremely visible, okay? And even from us, right, we're selling software, shall we say, but that's often what gets people's attention and what kind of brings what Voluntary does to life, and it'll do exactly the same for your organization, okay? And you'll be surprised how many people go straight for that spot on your website. Try not to make it too long. I know this is a kind of an obvious one, but we try to stick to the one-page rule, right? 1 page of A4, and try to be quite kind of cutthroat about that. And it's tough because they've got amazing stories. They've told you their life story probably on this conversation, and you want to get as much of it in there as possible. Unfortunately, people don't have time to read all of that, right? So make it digestible. So I think that's a key one there is, and also just the boring stuff. Make sure people have access. Like, if you don't have an easy way to get it onto your website, if it's sat with the website team or whoever manages it and they're on holiday and then it never goes up and before you know it, you've got this big backlog, we've made it so that everybody relevant in the team can go onto the website and add that blog themselves. So Josie will go on, or I'll go on, or somebody else from the team will go on. So that actually, if you can get the team to sort that out, that makes all of the process a lot more straightforward as well. Yes, so this is pretty straightforward. You know, where are you going to put it? So basically everywhere. So whatever channels you've got, you know, slice it and dice it, take different quotes out from it, you know, tailor each bit of content for the different places that you're going to go and post it. But then you can also make one volunteer case study last for weeks, right? And it's just sort of recycling that stuff. And actually, it's amazing because it's a 1 hour conversation that ends up being an incredible amount of exposure for your kind of organization. And that was, yeah, make sure you tag them as well, right? That's a key part. They always share, and it's often the ones that they share that get way more engagement than any of our ones do. So definitely worth kind of thinking about that. And yeah, look, if you have got any questions or you want to see how we do it or you want us to send us this deck or anything like that that we can do to help, don't worry, we're never going to just try and sell you. We're not that type of company. Just get in touch. We just love to talk about volunteering and try and help in any way that we can. So that's my bit. I think Lucy and Josie might have a bit of an activity for you all.
Do you want to introduce it, Lucy? There you go. Thanks very much. I don't like mics. I feel like I bawl at people. Anyway, so thank you very much. That's really interesting, really useful. I think, as I said at the start, I think we think we all know how to do this, and we do, but I think a couple of things that you mentioned really struck home with me. It's getting this structure that you can pick it up and use the same format each time, and then as Ash was just mentioning there, once you've got them done, you can use them in so many different ways. And we've definitely done exactly what you said earlier. We've done one, and then we go, look at this amazing case study. To be honest, we've got one of our most active volunteers. It's sat on somebody's desk in our office. It's not gone any further. And we need to do something about it, which is why I was happy to bring these guys in to talk about it, because they do it all the time. And one of the volunteers they spoke about was one of our Catalyst volunteers, so it was quite nice to see that example there. So what we're going to do now for about the next 10 minutes, and please do give it a go. Everyone's like, oh God. You should all have one of these. Now, you will see this has some of the points that were made in the presentation on the top. Now, you're probably going to guess what I'm going to ask you to do. If you could just turn to the person next to you, and if you don't have a person next to you, then there's me, there's Josie, there's Ash, there's more Catalyst staff over at the back who I'm sure would love to engage, and they can either, you know, if anyone, please don't sit on your own and go, I've got no one to ask. One person is going to ask the questions, and the other person is going to share their experiences of volunteering. Now, I know without even asking that most of you in this room will have done some form of volunteering at one time or another. If you honestly, genuinely haven't, then you can make up some answers. It doesn't matter. The idea is going through the process. So hopefully after about 10 minutes or so, if you whiz through it, feel free to swap over and the other person can have a go. Make a few notes and just, as I say, give it a go. Think about the things that we've mentioned, and then at the end we'll just take a little bit of feedback. And then after today's session, you will leave here having listened to what Ash and Josie have got to say, given it a go for yourself, and then you've got something to refer back to. And as Ash said, we can share the information as well. If anyone's feeling super creative, there'll be extra chocolates, which I'll steal off somebody's stall, for anybody who plucks up the courage to use their phone and videos the person next to them with their permission, of course. So please, let's see a few phones out. So we'll do about 10 minutes on that, and then we'll just come back and see how you felt about that. Sorry, pens, partners, or papers needed, stick your hand up. Is it back? Right, there we go. Okay, right. We'll just wrap up what we've been doing. So, is anybody willing to share how they found that process, what they came up with, what their partner told them? Anybody brave enough and willing? Oh, I've got a volunteer on the front row.
Me, yes, I am a volunteer. It's amazing what you find out about the person.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody heard that, but the comment here from that process was, it's amazing what you find out about the person. And I think that was very quickly the person I was working with. She told me that she volunteered for Teesside Hospice, and then she very quickly said to me, to be honest, I did it because my son was doing it for D of E, and I wanted him to do it, so I went to try and encourage him. And I always say, and I'm sure you're all the same, I don't care what someone's motivation is to volunteer. If they want to come and volunteer, come to us. If they say they'll do it for a few weeks, whatever it might be, and my intention then is to give them a really positive experience so that they stay. I've worked in some organisations where they want this commitment, that commitment, and yes, we do want that, but you don't say that up front. So to me, if you get a case study that says, I did this because my son was wanting to do Duke of Edinburgh and I really wanted him to do this volunteering, somebody else might read that who is not sat there going, I desperately want to volunteer, where can I go to give my time? But it's much more real. So these are the people that you might get who read this and think, oh, I could have thought of that with my son, daughter, friend, whoever it is, who's D&D of E. Maybe I could get involved. I should have said, does everyone know D of E's Duke of Edinburgh's award? I'm sure you probably do, but I've made an assumption there. So straight away, really quickly, that takes you away from, I'm desperate to help, to the people who might be a little bit on the fence. And also, if somebody reads that on social media or whatever it might be, and they might run their local D of E organisation or group, and they might go, oh, I know what I've just read in a real life example. I'm going to target the parents of or guardians of the young people doing our award. So I think that's really one of the overriding points, is that case studies can be triggers for so many things. Because yes, it's lovely to read them, and we get reports through Voluntary, because that's one of the things the system does. Our volunteers type little reports about the people they're working with for us, and they come through, and honestly we spend our lives going, oh, they're so lovely, and look at this one, and it's great. But putting it into a format that's usable for us saves us time in the long run and lets us showcase what's going on, and crucially gives us evidence for funders very often, whether it's your funders who've already funded you or new ones you're looking to attract. Having these stories, whether on paper or even better on a video recorded, even if it's just audio, if people don't want their faces to be on, hearing a voice makes it real. So I just think it's a really, really useful thing. So hopefully having a go at that wasn't too harrowing, and just helps to focus your brain, and having a bit of a template, whether you use this, change it, amend it, whatever you want. It's not perfect. We just had a go to kind of, utilise this discussion. Then it's really, really useful. Has anybody got any questions, comments, anything they would like to share? Oh, hey, look at this. I'm going to get to do the running around bit now.
Thank you. I've got a question for Ash, if that's all right. I know through my experiences with volunteers, quite a few of my volunteers would really, really struggle to do any online stuff or anything to do with the media, and that's purely because of the non-affluent background that they come from, so they just haven't got those type of facilities. Some of them are quite elderly as well, so again, they wouldn't be able to utilise resources like that. Have you got any other advice of other ways to doing it?
Yeah, no, look, and that's a really good point, and we do hear that a lot. So what we've done, and again, other platforms exist and all that stuff, right? But what we've done is we've made sure that it's hybrid, right? So ideally, as many of your volunteers who can use the web app or the app or on their desktop will do so, and they'll do so because they get an amazing experience and it's easier. But for those that don't, you can go log everything on their behalf. You can do everything that you'd normally do, because the last thing you want to do is exclude any of your volunteers, right? So, no, totally empathise. And I think the other thing as well worth mentioning is digital literacy since COVID is just gone through the roof. And as a result, you might be surprised who will take up on an app who you never expected would do. So it's always, but it's a great question. Thank you.
I can just add to that with our experience. When we started using the app, we had some of our volunteers who we incorrectly, it turned out, made the assumption wouldn't like it. And one of them came in last week for a drop-in, and he said to me, I didn't like the sound of this app thing, but it's really easy, isn't it? And it's dead good. And he's totally embraced it. We do have some that don't want to use it, and as Ash says, we update the system on their behalf, and we were just talking about that for somebody, I can't even think who it was now, somebody that we recognised, we thought, this is going to be a barrier, and that's the last thing we want. So we always bring that up with new volunteers and say, we will either give you the support to train you, or if you really don't want to do it, can't do it, we'll get round it. So, and there are ways to do it. So.
Yeah, I think I was going to mention this. So, like, I live in kind of Newcastle, and I don't know what the setup is kind of in this area. But obviously, COVID kind of really shone a light on, like, how important digital access is. And actually, it should be kind of, Wi-Fi is kind of moving up on one of the, like, hierarchy of needs sort of thing. And actually, there's a lot of schemes now around barriers to digital inclusion, which are including, like, you know, readily topped up SIM cards and devices actually to loan out. I know when in my previous role we worked with kind of a similar scheme where we were actually donating like tablets and Chromebooks to community organisations who could then loan them out to people that they work with. So obviously I don't know what's happening in Stockton, but those schemes definitely kind of exist to reduce that barrier.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry, my name's Leslie. I don't want to put a negative on this because I am very, very positive, and I have volunteered all my adult and some of my child life as well. But in among all of this and all the positivity, I do think it's important for volunteer coordinators just to keep an eye on things in terms of why people are not volunteering, why they are leaving, so that you are actually starting to pick up any trends in what your organisation is actually not offering your volunteers.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. One thing that we've noticed recently, we do exit interviews. That sounds very formal. We ask volunteers to fill in kind of an exit form. Some don't want to, and that's their choice. At the moment, to be honest, it's lots of volunteers are leaving because they're going into full-time employment, and some, I mean, that is a positive thing, and some of them are saying to us, we've got some skills and we've done the stuff with you, and now we've actually employed a couple of volunteers, well, one volunteer recently, and that's brilliant. But then as volunteer coordinators, you're like, oh, no, I've lost that volunteer. But we're actually delighted for them. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That'd be really interesting, and whether, I know Ash and the team are always very open. We ring them all the time. Can you add this? Can you add that? And sometimes it's not possible. But that would be really interesting to add that element that every time we remove somebody from the system, I mean, like I said, we won't always have the information, but that would be a really good addition. Yeah. He's going to tell me it's there now, and I just didn't know.
It's coming though, isn't it?
So it's not there, but it is coming very soon. So exactly to your point, and couldn't agree with you more, is making it really easy to understand if people are leaving, why they're leaving, and then action on that. So yeah, we'll have some systems.
Yeah. Mhm.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's about building a culture as an organisation that people, that it's an open culture of that conversation, so that it's not just kind of tick boxy, that actually you're gathering that feedback as a volunteer coordinator, but you're also doing something about it, because there's no point in kind of asking your volunteers, or why did you leave, or we didn't feel it was supportive enough, and then not do anything about it. It's that, like, the follow-up action as well. And obviously, like, life happens, people can't volunteer all the time, you know, things happen every day that can kind of stop you from doing that, but it's about that, like, culture of, like, the door's always open, like, we're not going to think badly of you for stepping back from your role while you take some time out for yourself, but, you know, it's a revolving door here, just come back in 6 months or whenever it is, and we'll find you something else, or in the same role again.
Yeah, we've found that a lot as well. We've had lots of volunteers. We've probably got, I'll be very honest now, we've probably got about 90 volunteers on our books, and I would guess we see about 30 on a regular basis. And sometimes we sit there going, why, where are those other 60? And we contact them and we say, do you want us to remove you from the book, from our books, you know what I mean? And we get lovely messages going, no, I love hearing what's going on, please don't remove me. And I'm like, oh, okay, which is brilliant. But then every now and again, it happened a couple of weeks ago, somebody came to volunteer at something at ARC, and we hadn't heard from her for 6 months. I didn't think we'd hear from her again. And then the right opportunity comes up, and she wanted to do it. And we might not see it for another 6 months, but that's absolutely fine. So it's so wonderful when they do come through again, and again, the system allows us to keep people on the app. And unless they use it, I probably shouldn't say this, they might change this. Unless they use it to the full potential, they don't charge us for those people. We can kind of keep them on there, which is wonderful for us. So, you know, we're paying for the ones that are actually using the app in the way it should be, and it's working brilliantly for them as well. Any final questions? I'm aware it's after 1 o'clock. I think lunch is here. No. One thing I should have mentioned, which I didn't, and they didn't prompt me, we wanted to thank Voluntero as well for being one of the sponsors of the awards today. So they're going to be presenting one later on today, I think. So I forgot to mention that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for having us.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to restart in 5 minutes, if that's okay. Can I just make a request? If you have sponsored an award and you're going to be giving a presentation this afternoon, could I ask you if you could take a seat on the front row, please? Thank you. Okay, we'll make a start in 1 minute's time, so if I can ask you to maybe grab a seat and we'll go from there. Thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon. Thanks to everybody for coming. I know there's some people who have arrived since sort of during lunchtime, so thank you very much for that. Really good in particular to see the Lord Lieutenant of County Durham, Mrs Sue Snowden, she's joined us, the Vice Lord Lieutenant, Michael Poole, and also the Mayor of Stockton-on-Tees, Councillor Ross Patterson. Thank you very much for coming. We're really, really pleased to see you here this afternoon. So this is the Catalyst Annual Achievement Awards. I think many of you will know that this has been running for many years, and it's a real opportunity to celebrate the great things that have happened in the voluntary sector over the past year. It's worth saying we had 76 nominations for this. I'm not sure if that's a record, but it's certainly a lot. That's 76 times, if you think about it, 76 times that people have gone out of the way to nominate somebody or an organisation for the great work that they do in the community. And I think that really shows the strength of the voluntary community and social enterprise sector in the borough, and also the extent to which members of the community are supportive of each other. And I think that's been a running theme of the day so far. I'll just say a little bit about the process that we've been through. So people were asked to nominate members of the community or organisations in 9 categories for a Catalyst Achievement Award. Those 76 nominations were considered by a panel, and that panel included Andrew Copeland of the Northern Cancer Alliance, Margie Stewart-Piercy of Stockton Council, Paul Wales, who's the Chief Exec of Actes, Kay Nicholson, the Chief Exec of The Way Out, Lynn Roberts from Emerson Insurance, and Rita Lawson from Tees Valley Rural Action. And they took those 76 nominations and shortlisted 3 in each category. And in a few minutes' time, we're going to be announcing the winners and handing them their awards. But first, I'm really pleased to introduce the Mayor of Stockton-on-Tees, Councillor Ross Patterson, who's going to say a few words.
Can't see with the glasses on, I can't see with them off either. His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of County Durham and Vice Lord Lieutenant of County Durham, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be able to come here today and to see so many people who are active in their communities. As Mayor of the Borough of Stockton-on-Tees, which is located in the counties of Durham and the North Riding of Yorkshire, I meet new people every day. I have a lot of interaction with local residents, and I am always impressed by the passion and commitment shown by people for their communities and their counties that they live in. I've also seen the work of organisations, staff and volunteers in the voluntary, community and social enterprise sector. There's so much energy, dedication and care shown by our communities, and it's impossible to imagine how our borough would cope without it. The great work of people in our communities includes anything from litter picking to social care, or from providing healthy food to improving the environment. Wherever I go, I meet people making a real difference, and it's fantastic to see. It's great to see this being recognised. I look forward to giving out the Mayor's Civic Awards in January, for example. Today's event is a celebration of the voluntary sector in Stockton. What's really special is the fact that the award winners and all 76 nominees have been nominated by their peers in the sector. It really means something when someone you know and who knows how much hard your work you drive and care you put in nominates you for a Catalyst Award. I look forward to the ceremony this afternoon, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the winners, runners-up and all the nominees for being recognised today. And finally, many thanks to everyone at Catalyst for organising today's event and for asking me to come along. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Really appreciate your words there. I'm sure everybody else would do too. So just a quick one on process, what we're going to do now. There are 9 awards. The process for each award will be the same. So we're going to start by showing a video, giving a bit of introduction to the 3 shortlisted people in that category. Then we're going to ask the sponsor to come to the stage. The sponsor will open up an envelope, pull out the name of the award winner, and the sponsor will present the award to the winner, and then winners will go over to that side of the room and we'll have some photos taken. So we're going to do that 9 times for each award. So the first award is for Community Group of the Year, and we should now be seeing a video of that. Sorry, is there some sound?
Well, first of
The Eid Fusion Festival began in 2014 as a collaborative initiative by the Community Welfare Trust and Friends of Rockner Park. As a collective committee, they were always keen to enhance mutual understanding of diverse cultures and show how everyone can come together as a whole community to celebrate and have family fun. Eid Fusion Festival is truly a multicultural event in every sense of the word, and has grown considerably over the years and is the largest event held in the park. This year, volunteers from Bright Minds, Big Futures, asylum seekers and refugees, young people from HMS Kirk-Levington Grange all worked in different roles. The committee have gone above and beyond to achieve inclusion and show the park is truly a part of the whole community.
Well, first of all, it's the only one of its kind in the area. Certainly before I found the lighthouse, I couldn't find anywhere else I could go on a daily basis. But to other people, I think it means a place to go when there's nowhere else to go a lot of the time. There are many things you can do there, and you can go and sit there and read the newspaper all day if you want to, or you can play board games, you can help out if you want to. There's usually always something to fix or muck around with. There are computers you can use. There's a quiet room, which is very well equipped. There's pretty much something there for everybody, which is why we get a whole range of people from all across the spectrum of ability and disability. And that's what the lighthouse is all about benevolence and mercy, forgiveness, and a general sense of little community for a lot of people.
I'm nominating Nightlight for a community award because I think it's definitely an organisation that's needed. It's been set up for nearly 2.5 years now, and it's basic essentials is what we provide to increase the health and well-being in our community. And it's not just basic essentials, it's so much more than that. Having volunteers and upskilling people and giving them kind of a purpose to the day. It's brought the once lost community spirit back, and that's seen weekly on our free market stalls. And it's providing a safe space for people as well. There's no appointments, there's no name taking, there's nothing like that. So it's really relaxed, the way we kind of interact and approach people. And we've got a great team at the minute, and I think it's just a fantastic celebration of what's going on in the area.
Okay, so to present the award, the award sponsored by Party Decor. The owner of Party Decor is afraid isn't able to be here this afternoon. So I'm going to ask the chair of our Council of Interest, Paul Wales, to come to the front, and he will present the award.
I feel like we should have a drum roll here, don't we? And the winner is the Lighthouse Drop-In Centre. Very well done.
Okay, thanks very much, Paul. The Lighthouse Dropping Centre have done fantastic work, not just as a coffee shop, which is what they're perhaps best known for, but also they have a nursery there. They do fantastic work to support families locally. They help people into employment, and they've made a huge impact on lots of individuals. So I'm sure it's a very, very well-deserved award, and well done. The next award that we're going to be looking at, and again there's a video on this, will be Outstanding Contribution to the Community by a Private Company. So I had sort of videos for that's coming up.
Steve Robinson and JT Dove have made quite the difference to our local community through the kind generosity they have shown to the North East NHS Foundation Trust, particularly at this time as the hospital and staff move from pandemic to some form of normality. He and his company have certainly put those members of our community who are most vulnerable at the top of his list of those to support. Those being inpatients and hospital staff who have cared for them and continue to do so. Steve and JT Dove have shown support in a number of ways over the last 12 months. On every occasion, they have offered thoughtful, kind donations, and they have asked for nothing back in return. Steve has also been instrumental in developing links with other companies within the industrial sector. These links have also contributed donations which have included pamper packs for staff. JT Dove's contribution has been very well received, and the Trust thanks them for their continued support of the Trust.
We've nominated North Star Housing Group just because of the amazing support they've given us to allow us to help the community during COVID and now going beyond that. So literally the first day of COVID, we contacted them and said, could we use their community hub as a way of helping people access packed lunches for the children that would have been on free school meals. We've developed that so much more, and the brilliant thing about North Star is they've just trusted us with their community hub to work with the community, to help the community, to support them in any which way we can. And going forward now, COVID is hopefully on the way out. They're continuing to allow us to kind of work with the community at a very grassroots level, supporting us and trusting us mainly, trusting us to do our work, to kind of get what the community needs through us and allow us to get on and do as much work as we possibly can from their brilliant facilities. I don't think we've ever worked with a group or a partner that has been so socially aware and socially responsible.
I'm nominating Sagar Hussain from Premier Stores Norton. I just feel that as a private business owner, he's gone above and beyond to support the local community. And when there's been a need for donations or for him to reduce the price of like certain food items in his store, he's always stepped up. During the pandemic, he was supporting the NHS with like multiple donations of items that the staff needed. And recently, during the 6 weeks holidays, he provided a lunch pack for families at a reduced cost. So it was like barely a couple of £, but they were getting enough items to make, I think, like 5 packed lunches for the week. He has the community's interests at heart, and he is part of the overall community spirit. So in turn, that has a knock-on effect that people want to use his store and go in and purchase items. So it's not that he loses out because he's helping other people, and that should be an example to other businesses as well, because it has a positive impact.
Okay, so the sponsor for this award is Billingham Town Council, and I'd therefore like to invite the Chair of Billingham Town Council, Councillor Claire Gamble, to come here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Sagar Hussain, Premier Stores, Norton Road.
Okay. We're not sure if there's anybody here from Premier Stores Norton. Assuming not. So, on their behalf, I'm going to ask Councillor Steve Nelson, who is a Norton councillor, to take the to collect the award on their behalf.
I'd have put a suit on if I'd have known I was doing this. And the geography is a bit tenuous between Norton Road and Norton Ward. Very well done.
So Sagar Hussain is a business owner who goes the extra mile for his community. He's transformed an empty laundrette in Norton Road into a store that meets community needs, and they've done fantastic things in terms of giving donations, arranging food drops, providing water at the Fusion Festival, and so on. So again, I'm sure you'll agree, a very well-deserved award. The third award is New VCSE Organisation of the Year, and we now have a video about that.
The group are just doing such fantastic work. So obviously COVID has affected everyone in some shape or form. But I think it really has hit new mums and new parents, just because there wasn't that support group out there that you could go to and offload or just have that little bit of support. So these amazing 4 ladies came together, recognised the need that there was something missing, and put on a really supportive, inclusive group. It runs from St Michael's in Norton, and it's only been running not even a year yet. November will be its first birthday, and they just pack the church out with mums, and it's such a needed service. You don't have to live in Norton, you don't actually have to be breastfeeding. As long as you're supportive of breastfeeding, you can come along and join in and just have that socialisation with other mums and other carers who are going through the same thing as you, and it's just nice to be able to have that interaction. I think just that nice feeling of knowing that you're not alone. I think that's what they're trying to achieve, to be honest.
We started off giving out toothbrushes and toothpaste on the streets. So everybody would give food to people who were sat on the streets, but nobody ever thought about the hygiene aspect of it. So that's how it started. Family members wanted to help, but didn't know how to help. And it was bang smack in the middle of COVID. So they used to transfer money so that one person would go shopping. So there's not loads of different people going shopping. And then they didn't want to dish them out either. They didn't want to physically go around the street. So they used to transfer the money. So we thought there must be a simpler way where people who want to help but don't know how to can help. And that was the introduction of the pay forward service. So people can go online and buy a meal, snack, drink or hygiene bag, and then we would dish them out. So we sourced partners throughout the Tees Valley, cafes and bistros where the cards could be exchanged. And then obviously we do the hygiene bags for men, women and children. We really wanted to highlight the fantastic work of our volunteers, all their efforts, all their time, all their commitment. We couldn't run without them, and they're absolutely fantastic.
Fairly new charity. They've fundraised a lot of money themselves, got a little bit off the council to do up the old school behind Yarm High Street, so a lot of work went into that. It's 100% volunteer run. I think they've got something like 4,000 volunteers at some point, so it's a really good organisation. And I really like what they're doing, so they're really combating loneliness and helping different communities in Yarm. They've also got a lot of health and wellbeing classes, so there's yoga and Pilates, and there's children's classes as well, so they're really covering a broad range of the community. And they're doing a lot for, they're doing language classes for refugees, and there's a Ukrainian cafe, so there's a lot of good going on there. We really are trying to help every aspect of community. But I really like how they're focusing on trying to solve loneliness and isolation and giving back to the community. And I also really like that they're 100% volunteer run, because, you know, everyone there is really passionate, everyone there wants the best.
Okay, so this award is sponsored by RMS Insurance, and to present it, I'm going to invite to join us Lynn Roberts, who's the account executive there.
I would like to say that being on the judging panel is a great honour, and every year the decision for the winner gets harder and harder. There's some fantastic work being done out there in Stockton, but just to announce the winner for the award is Yarm Wellness.
I just wanted to say, when we started this off, we had a wonderful gentleman called Alan Gallivant with us, who came to me and said that we need to do something for social isolation in the area. It took a while to set up the centre, and unfortunately 2 days after our launch, Alan passed away. This is for him. He has been a big part of the community, and we want to give this to Mishi, his wife. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl. That seems very appropriate. I mean, Yarm Wellness stands out, I think, when you go there. First, it's a very, very active organisation. The building that they've got, the old primary school in Yarm, is always full, lots of events going on, and it really stands out that they've garnered support from local businesses and people in the community, and they've got the organisation and the building up and running and doing fantastically in a very short period of time, so very, very well done. The next award is Outstanding Contribution by a Public Sector Organisation, and we're now going to see a video about that.
We're actually nominating Billingham Town Council for Public Sector Award. The reason we're nominating them is because of their ambition, because of the vision and their delivery. Over the last year, they've actually set up a community hub. They dealt with COVID and set up a hub. They brought a partnership of all the voluntary sector groups together. And out of that partnership, not just dealing with the COVID, they've also initiated other projects. One was a schools project, a summer schools project. There was a gap in the market for the Clarences, and they pulled together BTT Aspires, Billingham Town Council, the actual council and the Clarences Primary School, and delivered that programme in what is really the most deprived area in our area. So they are a town council that's looking for the future. They're really looking at how they can fill gaps in Billingham. And as a town council, they're doing a terrific job, absolutely terrific job.
I nominated Claire Cottrell from Bowsville Primary School because I felt she deserved some recognition for all of her hard work and dedication. I feel she always goes above and beyond to do her best not only for the children that she supports but also the families. She works hard to support their needs and also to find out any areas in the community where she can signpost them. She works closely to actually find out the root cause of the issues or the problems that the families are having. So she doesn't just offer immediate or emergency support. She actually tries to work out ongoing support to address the issues that the families are going through. I think often she's the first port of call for a lot of the children and parents if they're struggling with certain issues, even if Claire can't directly help them, I know that they feel comfortable and able to go to her to mention any problems they have or to ask for help. And I think that's really important because it just shows how much of an approachable, kind, caring and friendly person she is.
During the last year, North Tees and Hartlepool NHS volunteer service has certainly gone above and beyond for our communities. In a period where we have experienced fluctuations from lockdown to services reopening, the support offered to patients has not only been maintained but has grown. The volunteer service has developed and delivered projects designed to support more patients in a growing number of ways. The service offers practical support to those who may be going home to an empty house and have no support. They are offered transport home, food parcels, and in some cases clothing. Over 2021 and 2022, they have supported over 100 people.
Okay, so the award for outstanding contribution by a public sector organisation has been sponsored by Voluntary. That's a software company that's developed an app for organisations who manage volunteers. And their director, Ashley Staines, has been with us this morning, ran one of the workshops and was due to present the award. Unfortunately, there have been difficulties with trains. Ashley lives elsewhere in the country, and he's had to go to catch a train that would get him there. Fortunately, Ashley presented the workshop with my colleague Lucy Owens, our volunteer manager, and she's going to present the award now.
The winner is North Tees and Hartlepool NHS Volunteer Service.
Okay, North Tees and Hartlepool Volunteer Services supports patients in a very flexible and responsive way. They're very adaptable. They've done a lot of work through the COVID pandemic and had to work in different ways. The Trust has got a Home But Not Alone programme supporting patients through discharge, and a lot of volunteers have helped with that programme too. Again, a very, very well-deserved award. The next one is Innovation of the Year, and we're going to see a video about that.
The Academy aren't just a typical boxing club. They do a lot for their community, for their local community, and they go over and above on the sessions and the activities that they offer. It's extremely friendly, extremely welcoming. All the trainers there are just fantastic. To give some examples of the sessions that they do a Parkinson's punches session, and research does show that the repetitive nature of boxing is extremely beneficial for people suffering from Parkinson's or dementia or any other type of neurological disease. They do an all-star class for neurodiverse children, and one of the activities there is they use LED wall lights as part of the boxing training, which gives more of a sensory experience. Yeah, they help a huge range of people across the borough.
So I'm nominating Hart Gables for the Innovation Award because LGBT Advance has been set up to diversify funding streams for Hart Gables in order to be able to become self-sustainable. the charity has become more self-sustainable throughout this, and ultimately that is the goal, to become completely self-sustainable. And also it's enabled Hart Gables to financially support some of our most vulnerable service users. So for example, people who are seeking asylum, very little money to live on each week. It enables them to come to the support groups, the LGBTQ plus support groups, to be able to come to events like Pride and out to other community events. So it makes a big difference to the lives of those people as well.
I'm nominating the Norton Pockets of Nature for the Innovation Award, and I just feel like it's such an amazing partnership, that they are really doing truly amazing work in Norton on the environment. They're making wildlife corridors, they're just future-proofing the environment in Norton for future generations to enjoy, which is really important. But what's innovative is that they've all come together to work on this collectively. So you have groundwork, we've got Norton Cricket Club Sports Charity, we've got Friends of Harbour and Wood and St Mary's and Michael's Church, who are all doing amazing work in themselves, but they've come together to see the greater need of Norton. I take my hat off to them, to be honest. I think they just do such amazing work. And without them, the borough wouldn't be as thriving as it is, to be honest. They really care, they're really passionate, and we do work closely with them where we can, and we will support them wherever we can, because we know that they're going to do a good job and they're going to have that pride in what they do and what they see at the end result.
Okay, the Innovation of the Year Award is sponsored by Johnson Matthey. I'm afraid they're not able to be here this afternoon, but I'm going to ask the Chair of Catalyst, Guru Naidu, to present this award, please.
And the winner is Billingham Boxing Academy.
Billingham Boxing Academy is very much embedded in the heart of the community, and they focus also on outreach work with disadvantaged communities. They've taken a very innovative approach to supporting a range of groups, most notably their Parkinson's punchers, all-star classes, using boxing to improve the mobility and confidence of clients suffering with Parkinson's and engaging neurodiverse children. Great partnership also with Knockout Depression, and again, a very, very deserving winner of the award. The next award is Outstanding Contribution by a VCSE organisation, so we'll see a video on that.
We actually celebrate being 25 years this year, and for 25 years we've supported women, children and men who've experienced any form of sexual violence at any point in their lives. So at any time we support those people, it is through either through reporting to the police. So if they decide to report what has happened to them to the police, we support all the way through that process. We also support therapeutically, which is my role. So we support people who are experiencing any form of impacts from sexual violence. And we offer a kind of a wraparound service, really. So not only do we offer advocacy and counselling, we also help people who are maybe struggling with housing, benefits, work, anything like that, because sexual violence doesn't just impact the person, it has ripple effects, it impacts families, it impacts every part of someone's life. So we very much offer a one-stop shop, really, to help in order to make sure that people can recover from sexual violence. So what this means to us is that, you know, it means that that recognition of the work that we do, we know that we do a great job, you know, under the most horrific circumstances at times as well. So for us, it's just that bit of, oh, do you know what, actually we're really proud of the work that we've done, and we're able to showcase that across the board.
So Heart Gables have been around for over 20 years now, supporting the most marginalised members of the LGBTQ plus community locally. So that's people who are seeking asylum, people who are suffering from poor mental health, family rejection, supporting those people, giving them a sense of community, helping them know they're not alone, offering them one-to-one support, emotional support and group support as well. The people who we support tell us that it helps them by helping them to know that there are people out there who value them. Often they've not been valued in their day-to-day life by their families, by the people around them, and it's this concept of chosen family, so finding people who recognise your worth, and no matter what you're struggling with, letting you know that there's people who will give you a sense of community and help you fulfil your potential in life.
I started working with them about 2 years ago, and very quickly I began to see the passion behind what they were doing, the desire to change things in Stockton, and I was just blown away by their dedication. And that's everybody that's involved. That's right across from the CEO to the trustees to the senior manager and down to the volunteers. A huge amount of passion and dedication from the volunteers, some of whom who were actually former beneficiaries themselves, or have got relatives that the Moses Project have helped. And they help males aged 25 and over suffering from substance misuse, so alcohol addiction, drug addiction, and quite often that goes hand in hand with homelessness. So they are trying to be a big part of the change in the area, and I just feel incredibly lucky to play a small part in helping them seek funding and change lives for the better in Stockton. They are truly inspirational.
Okay, the outstanding contribution to a VCSE by a VCSE organisation award is presented by Teesside University, they've sponsored it, and presented by Matt Watson, the Acting Associate Dean for Learning and Teaching.
I'm really happy to sponsor this award, and the winner is Arch Teesside.
Okay, Arch Teesside offer free and confidential counselling and advocacy support to people who've been affected by rape or sexual abuse. No matter how long the experience may have been, they've already supported over 1,200 people. They're also leading the way in challenging victim-blaming attitudes, myths and stereotypes. And again, a very, very excellent organisation and very, very deserving of the award that they've just been given. The next award is for VCSE Employee of the Year. And once again, we'll see a film about that.
Everyone in Billingham knows Colin. Everyone involved with BCT knows Colin is really one of the main people that has been instrumental in driving the organisation forward. He is always there first thing on the morning. He's there late at night. He not only works, but he continues to volunteer on an evening, so he attends 4 sessions a week as well. He's super passionate about the organisation. The kids absolutely love him. He's our go-to person. Whatever you need to know, Colin is there for us. During COVID and the pandemic and the lockdown, and this was prior to me starting, I've heard many stories about what Colin did for his local community, and BCT and other organisations were really there at the forefront to respond to local need. And I know that Colin did a lot of work personally to make sure that families were kept in touch at really difficult times. And for us as an organisation, we really wanted to say a big thank you to Colin. And sometimes saying thank you isn't enough, and we wanted to externally send out the message to Colin about what we think about him. So when this award came up, we strongly believe that Colin deserves this Employee of the Year.
Jill delivers Sporting Chance Stockton. So Jill designed the programme. She's been there right from the start. So Sporting Chance is it's a programme designed for older men, any men over 50, and it's for men who are at risk of loneliness, social isolation, poor mental health, and poor physical well-being. Some of the participants of Sporting Chance, when they were asked what it means to them, what Sporting Chance means to them and what difference it's made to their lives, this was one of the quotes: before I came to Sporting Chance, I had nothing. I just had the same four walls. It's given me a reason to get up in the morning. Another one, Sporting Chance, its wonderful instructors and the other men have given me my life back. I don't know what I'd have done without them. And what she has done, meaning Jill, is amazing. She's a lifesaver. I didn't realise how lonely I was. Sporting Chance keeps you out of wooden boxes.
Her and her team support people leaving hospital to go home who probably can't manage on their own, so they might not need a formal package of care, but they need some help because they might have been poorly for a long time before they went into hospital, and things have gone amiss at home a little bit, and what they do is they take them home, they tidy around, they get rid of all the out-of-date food, they go shopping for them. They also look at their bills, because if they've been poorly for a long time, they might have let slips paying some of the bills, and they might need a bit of help and some debt advice. They take them out for coffees to socialise them again. So I think the people that she works with, they really value her because they can talk to her about any concerns they've got. Because some of these people that we're looking after, that they're going through a particularly bad time, and they all have different needs, and a lot of them have lost the confidence because they've been ill for so long. And she supports the staff with solutions to get these people back in the community and raise their confidence and happiness levels as well.
Okay, it's worth saying the VCSE Employee of the Year award is a new award this year, and it was pretty competitive. It's sponsored by North Star, and I'm going to invite Peter Locke, Head of Communities at North Star, to come and present this one, please.
And the winner is Colin Liddell from BCT Aspire.
Colin started as a volunteer many years ago and became more and more active. Really came into his own during the pandemic. At the height of his work with partners, BCT were working with around 400 families, and alongside this, Colin was heavily involved in ensuring that the BCT children, young people and their families weren't forgotten about. He's also been fully involved with surf and holiday programmes, and again, a very, very well-deserved award, so well done, Colin. The next award is for Young Volunteer of the Year, so we'll see a video on that.
I'm pleased to be able to nominate Abigail Jinks, who's one of our junior leaders. She's been coming to the project long before I started there, and she's just grown and grown, and a couple of years ago we decided to give her the responsibility of being a junior leader, and she's really undertaken that role very well. She's just so kind and caring and looks after others even through family difficulty. She's always came to the youth club and still done her part. You know, she helps set up, put things away. She engages young people in all the activities. If somebody's sat there not doing anything, she'll try and get them motivated to do something, or she's just a go-to person where she's very easy to approach and you can talk to her, and she's a really good listener, so the kids do tend to go to her quite a lot because she's of a similar age, I suppose. It's just our good go-between, because she can report back to us if there's something that she's aware of that's not right with a young person and they do need a little bit of extra help or encouragement, then we know that we can do that.
Alec is one of our youngest volunteers, Alec Lightfoot. He's an extraordinary young man, really. He's a captain of a cruise ship, and he's trained really hard for a lot of years to get into that position. But what's remarkable about him is when he comes back off leave, because he's always away, and he travels the world, and he'll come back off leave and he'll jump straight into volunteering with us. He'll be on the streets, he'll be serving food to people who are homeless, walking the streets, giving out basic essentials. So I don't know where that comes from. You know, there's different reasons why people like to volunteer. I don't know his, other than he just likes to help people. And I think he's actually, he's remarkable,
I think for me, Demi deserves the nomination because she's been with BCT Aspire for many years, and she's came through the ranks. She attends all of our clubs, and what we noticed about Demi is that more and more she became passionate about supporting other young people within the organisation, and then suddenly through her development she became a volunteer. So when she comes now on an evening, she's first there to sort the room out. She helps the children and young people, gets involved in the sessions, and at the end of the evening she puts all the stuff away, and she's a real asset for us in terms of what she brings to BCT. Demi for us is everything that we aspire to be within the organisation, to support young people like Demi, and we believe that with Demi we see someone who'll remain within the organisation and help many more young people in the years to come.
Okay, the Young Volunteer of the Year award is sponsored by Stockton Riverside College. Now, their principal, Leslie Graham, was due to be here this afternoon, and unfortunately she tested positive for COVID a couple of days ago, so she's not able to be here. But on her behalf, I'm pleased to welcome Leslie Cook, who's the Vice Chair of Catalyst, to present this award.
And the winner is Abigail Jinks.
Okay, Abby Jinks has been nominated for the Young Volunteer of the Award in recognition of all the valuable work she's done with young people. She's attended the Height Project for many years, 3 evenings a week, has been given a responsible role as a junior leader within the project. She's friendly, reliable, works well with the team, and over the time that she's been with the project, she's grown into a confident young woman who's committed to help others. Well done, Abby. And the final award is Volunteer of the Year, so we'll see some video on that.
Derek has been with the charity nearly 15 years now as a volunteer. So he's also our oldest volunteer at 78 years of age, but he's still going strong, he's still very fit and active. And usually he works for us 5 days a week, so quite an achievement in itself. He's had quite a difficult life. He's started to work within the Frayed charity, then moved over to Stockton because most of his friends from the charity were obviously based over in Stockton. So I think a change of lifestyle, a change of location, and obviously being active in the community has certainly helped with his addictions. I think first and foremost is his enthusiasm for the role and for the job. People can see if they work hard and if obviously have a little bit of fun at the same time, it's a rewarding environment that he's thrived in. I think foremost it's the recognition of his efforts and his hard work. But equally that inspires other volunteers to see if they go an extra mile, that they are going to be recognised within the community. And Catalyst themselves has an excellent name in the wider third sector community. So we've had to keep the dampeners on it. We've not told him that he's been nominated.
Literally everybody needs a Judith Turner. She is amazing. She is everybody's friend. She is there for everybody, whether it's opening her own front door for a cup of tea and a chat, whether it's helping in the local village hall. She helps with the tea and tonic group. She runs an art group. Anytime I've ever been to Stillington, she's always there to welcome me. I represent or work with Stockton rural communities, which is joining all the, as it says, rural communities together. And she has been absolutely marvellous in getting Stillington involved with us. We've had some absolutely gorgeous projects involving the refugee and asylum seeker community, and they have welcomed them with open arms. Not just Judith, but Judith's always that cornerstone. She's just absolutely amazing.
I think for me, Maria is our go-to person. She's absolutely selfless, but not just selfless, she's humble as well. She doesn't even know how brilliant she is. What we actually do as an organisation, we often have emergency situations where children would be placed in foster care if there wasn't intervention. And actually the families that we work with, they're at a crisis point, and so they need that intervention. Otherwise things would start spiralling out of control. And so we will pick up the phone to people like Maria and say, are you able to step in? Can you open up your home for a weekend to offer respite for families taking children in? She's took in, countless children, about 60 plus children over a 5-year period, to offer that support for families where they would literally be crumbling without it. And I think her heart and her love and her motivation, her Christian faith is something that underpins everything that she does. She's from a family, a big family herself, and sees the importance of family and actually wants the best for families. So holding families together is really important. So if she can be that person to help aid that, that's important for Maria.
And the Volunteer of the Year Award is sponsored by the Darlington Building Society. And with us this afternoon is Lisa Sidgwick, who is the Senior Branch Manager of the Darlington.
And the winner is Derek Walker from Frayed.
Okay, Derek first became involved with Frayed over 14 years ago, and because of the commitment he showed, he secured a 1-year employment contract as community liaison until he retired in 2008. He committed to volunteering 5 days a week, sometimes more, in the Stockton department as a volunteer sales assistant, and even moved home from Mask to Stockton to be nearer his friends and volunteering activities. Derek's now 78, I hope you what we're saying, and he has no plans of slowing down. So well done, Derek. Okay. I'm sure you'll agree with me that having seen the videos, that all the shortlisted candidates were highly deserving, and the panel that were looking at the shortlist and looking to select the winners for each award category had a very, very difficult choice, and there were some intense, detailed discussions about exactly who would win in each category. But the winners obviously are highly deserving. Can I just ask the winners and finalists at the end of today's event, in perhaps an hour's time, if you're still around, can we gather for a photo shoot, please? So if you won an award, or if you're one of the 3 runners-up, then if you could gather over there at the end of the event, and we'll try and get a photograph of everybody. And we've also got certificates to give to those who were in the running positions too. I'd also like to thank the sponsors. Really, really appreciate the time and indeed the financial contribution that you've given to those awards. And actually, without that contribution, this event wouldn't have taken place. So, really, really appreciate that coming in. Thank you also to Stockton Council who made the videos, and to everybody who nominated people who were nominated today. So, once again, big thank you, and maybe a round of applause for everybody. And if you've won an award and you've picked it up and you've got a box and hasn't got a lid on it, the lids are here. So come and see us at the end and you can have your lid back too. And now I'm very privileged to be able to introduce Mrs. Sue Snowden. She's His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of County Durham, a role that she's held since 2013. And as Lord Lieutenant, Mrs. Snowden is the King's representative in these parts. She's been to a number of Catalyst Award ceremonies in that time, I think in different formats, different locations, different times of day. And I'm really pleased that she's been able to with us today. So, Mrs. Snowden.
Well, good afternoon. I'm not really sure how I can follow that. They are, all of you, inspirational people, inspirational stories. Today, we have a chance to highlight and celebrate some of the most amazing people and projects that make a difference here in your communities. Stockton-on-Tees has a rich tradition of volunteering, and today, we're here to thank those people who work tirelessly to keep people safe, to keep people healthy, and to keep people happy. And we've gathered here today to say thank you for their commitment, dedication, and as we've seen today, the jolly hard work that they do. To each and every one of you, your efforts have been and continue to be absolutely remarkable. And I think that they show that truly great things happen when people come together, work together, support one another. And in that way, we can enable more people to lead enriched lives. Now, I think you'll agree that acts of kindness come in all shapes and sizes. And these awards that we've heard about are aimed to recognise and celebrate all who have done so much. We should never underestimate, ladies and gentlemen, how much that bright smile, that helping hand, a simple gesture, a listening ear, just showing an interest. And now that we can do it again, a hug, just letting people know. And these things do make a difference to people's lives. I can't tell you how impressed I am by all the different initiatives and projects that we've recognised here this afternoon. As John said, my very first visit to Catalyst was in 2013 as a very raw Lord Lieutenant, finding out about the communities that I'm here to serve in a different way. And what we've heard about this afternoon is the difference that you're making in terms of the work and contributions you're making to the community. But I also think one of the strengths that Catalyst has is the way it links together other groups in other communities across the whole borough. I'm sure you'll agree that all involved in the different categories have made an outstanding contribution. I would have hated to have been on the judging panel. How you've done it, that really was jolly hard work. But you are all, and never forget this, you're all, each and every one of you, unsung heroes, an inspiration to us all. It is a huge privilege and my great pleasure to join you this afternoon and have this opportunity to personally thank you for all you have done and continue to do. And may I wish you well and every success. Just keep on doing what you're doing, ladies and gentlemen, because you are doing it really, really well. And I thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Snowden. We really appreciate it, and great to have you with us this afternoon. And that really concludes the event for today. So just a few thank yous to wind up. First of all, thank you everybody for coming. It's been great. The numbers have kind of changed throughout the day, but I think we were up to something like 180 for the day in total, and that feels brilliant. It's much more than we had last year, and it's obviously a really good representation of the voluntary sector in Stockton. I'd also like to thank members of the Catalyst team who've organised this event, and in particular Ryan and Mark and Helen, who've put a lot of time in over the last few days and indeed months to get us to where we are today. And I think pretty well it's gone like clockwork actually, so many thanks to you, and perhaps a quick clap for them too. Thank you to the Baptist Church, again, great location. I'm sure we'll do the same again next year. We'll be in touch with regards to dates, times, venues, nominations and all that sort of thing. And once again, remember, as a sector, we are brilliant. Let's keep it going. We're doing fantastically. Thanks so much for your time. See you next time. Okay, a quick final request for the photos. If you're an award winner or a finalist, if you'd like to gather over here, we'll get a photo of everybody. Thank you.